Chapter 879. Lu Shichen's sword slashed down. Any red sword light that shot out would cause all the laws of heaven and earth, all the laws of the universe to collapse. The destructive power and the sky-burning flame swept up a storm and swept across the sky. This world was like that, much less Zhongsho and the blue fire Xian turtle. The Xuanwu body protecting energy was only able to block for a moment before it was sliced open. Jingyin's face was ashen white. Under the sword's oppression, she was actually able to stand upright. She instinctively closed her eyes and was prepared to die. With such an aura, she really didn't think that the two of them and one beast had any chance of survival. Zhongsho didn't even take a look, his right hand pointing out like he was grabbing a flower. It was precisely at the sharp point of the fiery sword chi. It was also at this moment. A pair of black flame wings suddenly spread out behind his back. A full 60,000 feet spread out. Then, there was a pop sound as a storm rose up where the finger shadow and sword energy clashed. Unexpectedly, the scarlet-red burning sky sword chi crumbled. The energy even backfired. Behind Lu Shichen, within the fire clouds, dozens of level 6 crimson flame incineration cavalry instantly exploded into minced meat. There were hundreds of people who coughed out blood. They were either lightly or moderately injured. Lu Shichen himself flew back 10,000 feet before he managed to stabilize himself. His eyes were filled with shock. Just now, he didn't know what was going on. He only felt that the energy meridians behind his back were about to collapse. However, the entire cavalry formation was showing signs of collapsing. Then, when Zhongsho pointed over, he didn't use much strength and easily broke his sword attack. He even used a portion of it to counterattack. He spread out his spiritual sense, and only then did Lu Shichen know the reason. Around 10,000 feet away, there were over 30 crimson-armored cavalrymen who were also mounted on four-eyed steeds, and they were looking in this direction with perplexed expressions. Lu Shichen's eyes were first filled with rage and then turned dark and sunken. He knew that these people should have been teleported out of the formation by Zhongsho using some unknown technique. This caused the energy meridians within the cavalry formation to be blocked and unable to gather strength. Instead, a flaw appeared, giving this person an opportunity to take advantage of. Fighting strength with strength, they were defeated by their own hands. Dirty tricks, that's all there is to it. With a cold snort, the red figure circled down once more. More than 10,000 iron cavalry galloped through the air and instantly reorganized their formation. From afar, it looked like a gigantic fire snake slithering in the air. Like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, a scarlet sword light instantly slashed out. The sword momentum was even sharper and more domineering. However, the red flames retracted slightly and locked down the surrounding space. Zhongsho couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, only he could see the 72 star Dao seeds that densely covered his body. In the past, when he was not satisfied with the number of earthly fiends, he could only shift his body. At this moment, as long as anything in the world was within his power and touched by his stars, he could directly change space. This Lu Shichen, I really don't know if I should say that he is stupid or that he is too conceited. He didn't even know what kind of technique he was using, yet he still foolishly rushed over. Did he really think that his 3,000 star falling was a normal space teleportation technique? With a thought, dozens of stars instantly flashed in the air. Dozens of red flame-burning cavalry were teleported out of the formation. The flames that suppressed space were totally useless. The entire cavalry formation's energy meridians were blocked up once more. That red sword glow turned obscure and unsettled. Zhongsho called out the nameless sword, casually slashing and shattering this sword that could fight against God realm cultivators. The wind spread all about as the sword's shadow swept backward. The fire cloud instantly dissipated and hundreds of red flame-burning cavalry were killed by the energy that was scattered. Vital energy and essence directly turned into streaks of spiritual light that were forcefully absorbed by the nameless sword. Feeding it back to Zhongsho, the sword energy became even stronger. It split into thousands and swept through the air. Who knows how many more red flame burning cavalry corpses fell from the sky. Vital energy gathered and gathered on the body of the nameless sword, its aura vast and fierce. It was only at this moment that the rest of the red flame cavalry finally thought of the word escape, and the strict cavalry formation immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The fire cloud that gave off a vast aura also disappeared. Lu Shichen was in an even worse state. He was the one who suffered the heaviest injuries from that strike. Then, the numerous blood-colored sword lights chased, and a large half of them followed behind him. He barely managed to dodge the attack, but his body was also slashed with several shocking wounds. Although it was only a light injury and not fatal, Lu Shichen's face was extremely ugly. The person in front of him was obviously badly injured. He didn't even use a tenth of his cultivation. When they exchanged blows just now, he could clearly sense from the sword force that it was indeed weak, and it was barely holding on. However, at this moment, how was he able to force him into such a bad state? At this moment, he was 90% sure that this person was Zhong Shou. This was the Lu family's legendary dual meridian body trash. Then what was Lu Shichen? Lu family direct bloodline. It was said that before this person was born, a few elders and country rulers sealed half of his bloodline. However, even then, he was far stronger than him, right? Looking down, Zhong Shou was expressionless. Only his lips were smiling, like he was mocking him. Even if he could only use 10% of his strength, he could still toy with him. Lu Shichen, a side bloodline bastard, what was he? He thought back to the words he said to this person a few days ago. Lu Shichen's face instantly turned purple. At this moment, he only hated that he wasn't able to kill this Zhong Shou at that time. Today's humiliation, 10,000 red flame burning cavalry. In just 2 clashes, he lost 10% of them. Who knew how he was going to answer to the man ahead? He looked at Jingyin, who was looking around at a loss. Lu Shichen's face was twisted and vicious. He took in a deep breath, the veins on his arm popping out. Not bad. However, today, even without using Dao soldiers, I can still kill you here. Along with this cold scoff, numerous small flying swords surged out from his sleeves. If he could, he really wasn't willing to fight with this person. It was best if he stayed far away. However, today, be it for personal or public reasons, he couldn't retreat. If he couldn't retreat, then he could only fight to the death. Lu Shichen flew down once more, pretty much merging into one with the sword in his hand. The sword chi was like a rainbow, and the small flying swords also joined in one after another, forming rows upon rows. Man and sword merged into one. The sword attack was extremely sharp. Although it wasn't as domineering and sky-burning true intent as before, the strength was more condensed and harmonious. Only then did Samurai reveal a look of praise. That Dao soldier wasn't useless. However, unless it was suppressed by someone whose control of space laws wasn't much weaker than his, it was useless. If not, it was better not to have it. However, this Lu Shichen obviously didn't have such ability. Although this person only used his own strength and didn't borrow the strength of the army, it was much harder than before. However, compared to the previous 2 attacks, it was even more difficult for him to deal with. He had to expend slightly more energy. However, it was just that. His eyes constricting, Zhong Shou's aura turned cold and solemn. He was too lazy to tangle with such a small person. Because of this person, he had wasted close to 2 breaths of time, which made him a little impatient. It was best if he ended it as soon as possible. The killing intent in his chest became more and more intense. He only wanted to wipe out this entire mountain in the next moment. Zhong! The sword body rang out, and a giant coiling dragon appeared behind Zhong Shou. A blood-colored sword light shot out like a dragon spinning. The thousands of grade 6 Dao soldiers' vital energy and spiritual energy all exploded out at that moment. The blue spirit flame burned in his soul ocean like a flood, charging into the river that had been dry for a long time and irrigating the wilderness. It caused Zhong Shou's aura to rise by several times at that moment. 99 long ings stacking. 9 types of true dragon sword techniques instantly stacked into one. In the blink of an eye, sword shadows flew in the sky. Using offense against offense, it was even stronger and more overbearing, causing those 5-inch thin swords to be forcefully smashed away and scattered. Many sword lights sliced, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Shichen was all alone. He had no choice but to turn from defense to offense. He could only look on as those 5-inch thin swords were sliced down, scattered, and broken into pieces. The sword attack was like a dragon, like the Milky Way rolling backwards, endless. It was also like a storm, making one unable to adapt to it and unable to deal with it. He felt like he was a woman who was being raped, his clothes being ripped off piece by piece. The sword formation collapsed, and all the sword artifacts were destroyed. Even the sword in his hand was unable to be protected. It was casually sliced by that blood-colored sword light, and a portion of it was cut short. Each time they clashed, there would be balls of spiral energy that would enter his body. It caused his true chi to scatter and his meridians to be in a mess. His body-protecting energy was also unable to block the sword light. If this went on, he would die. Lu Shichen only felt despair. He wanted to go all out, but there was nothing he could do. Like a fish that had fallen into a net, any struggle was useless. At this moment, his life and death was in Zhong Shou's hands, and he couldn't even think about it. What chance did the person opposite him have of letting him go? That blue fire Xian turtle laughed out loud, filled with a thick, mocking intent. It was really clear that if the person on its body was willing, he just needed one strike to totally collapse this mountain. None of the people on the mountain could escape. He would crush and kill them all. However, for some reason, he had a chance to step into God Realm, but he wasn't willing to take that step. Today, he could have ended this matter with one strike, but he had to make it so complicated. However, this human in front of it was really dumb, actually daring to offend its master. Lazy to look, the blue fire Xian turtle waved the giant shield once more and smashed forwards. Another large portion of spiritual patterns and restrictions were forcefully destroyed by its strength. It caused the entire mountain to shake once more. This strike had already touched the core of the formation. Just at this moment, a cold scoff spread down from the mountain peak. Preposterous. A green light landed along with the voice. Just one look, and it caused one's emotions to go into chaos. The blue fire Xian turtle curled its lips in disdain. This was another person who didn't know his place. Who knew who the truly preposterous person was? On the turtle's back, Zhong Shou had no intention of stopping. The sword light changed, covered in a green light. With a light slash, Lu Shichen's head was directly sliced off. Chapter 880. Lu Shichen's body suddenly fell from the sky, causing the entire Tianyan mountain to be totally silent. Zhong Shou himself acted like he had done something insignificant and didn't care at all. Jingyin, who was beside him, sucked in a cold breath. Lu Shichen was the general of the Yintian house, the commander of those 12,000 red flame burning cavalry. His position in Songling world could be said to be below one person and above everyone else. However, today he died under Zhong Shou's sword just like that. All of a sudden, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What was going on today? First, it was the arrogant red flame iron cavalry who had never met an opponent in Songling world. In front of Zhong Shou, they suffered several setbacks and lost many soldiers. Next, it was the Lan family blood debt. Lu Shichen, who was stained with the blood of her family and had bad intentions towards her, was slain with one sword. His head was sliced into two and his soul was wiped out. She couldn't help but look at Zhong Shou in shock. She thought back to the words he said to her before. You saved my life, and I will promise you one thing. Could he really cause all the girls in Songling world to not have the pain of losing children because of the Xiantian fire essence marrow? However, Zhong Shou's injuries hadn't healed up yet at the foot of the mountain. The millions of people were all stunned as they looked at the scenes in the sky. After being stunned for a moment, some people knelt down on the ground. Merciful and merciful, saving the world, future unlimited beginning and end Buddha. They didn't know who Zhong Shou was, but they recognized the attire of the Shueiyuan nuns. Even if he wasn't the beginning and end Buddha, he definitely had a deep relationship with the Buddhist faction. With one person like that, the people around all followed closely behind. Thus, millions of chanting voices rang out at the foot of the mountain. Zhong Shou only felt that the wish power suddenly became much thicker in the blink of an eye. He could only be speechless and not bother about it. He allowed the blue fire Xian turtle to carry him towards the peak of the mountain. Did he have to explain to them that he had nothing to do with the future unlimited beginning and end Buddha? Actually, speaking of which, he wasn't wrong. The tortoise beneath his feet was indeed valiant. Without Lu Shichen blocking the way, a few more shields smashed out, causing the protective formation here to become even more chaotic. He also had thick armor and Xuanwu body protecting energy. Even if he activated spiritual restrictions or was struck by the recoil of the formation, he didn't care at all. He barbarically charged 80,000 feet into the air once more. He was now very close to the Tianyin Manor at the peak of the mountain. The firelight here was dim. Looking at it, a large portion of the sky was unable to stop people from flying. At that moment, the palace of the Tianyin Manor no longer looked grand and imposing. It was only because many of its walls and buildings had collapsed. Dozens of figures floated in the air and looked over. The person in the lead was a scholar in a green robe. He was an extremely cultured person. His face was fair and beardless, and his phoenix eyes looked over coldly. Without a doubt, he was the lord of Tianyin Prefecture, Lu Yintian. Zhong Shou didn't care about this person's gaze at all. He glanced around. He only felt that apart from this person and Xiaoye, there weren't any other outstanding people in this huge Tianyin manor. At most, they were like Lu Shichen, who couldn't enter his eyes. Lu Wushuang didn't seem to be here. Only in the courtyard in the distance, there was a fierce and violent aura which made him feel wary. Not only him, but Hanshi was too. Its expression was really serious as it spread out its 12 wings. Its 3 pairs of knife arms were tensed up and ready to strike. It was filled with deep animosity, like it was facing an enemy. Natural variant. In truth, there can only be one Gu in heaven and earth. This is why I can't let it meet. Such words flashed across Zhong Shou's mind. Legend had it that these beasts were born from the vengeful energy of heaven and earth. Once they met, they would fight to the death, not stopping until one of them died. Only when one side died would it end. Once it could swallow the other party's essence energy, its strength would increase greatly. It was similar to a goo bug, but it was born from heaven and earth. Thinking about it, Zhong Shou patted Hanshi's head to console it. A protector beast was not only a servant, but also a partner. Usually, it would listen to his orders and fight with the enemy. When it faced something it couldn't defend against, as its master, he had the responsibility to block the calamity for it. The natural variant in the lake was peak celestial realm. At this moment, Hanshi definitely wasn't its match. Like a shark and a snake, how weird. Zhong Shou shook his head. Hanshi on his side was more likable and looked really cute. However, he really didn't expect that the Tianyin Manor head would have such a trump card. In terms of combat strength, it wasn't much weaker than Lu Wushuang. In today's battle, he had one more opponent. Just as he was thinking about it, Lu Yintian retracted his dark and cold expression and smiled. Is that Brother Lu Shou? Songling World, Yintian Manor, head, Lu Yintian greets your highness. The moment he said this, not only were the people behind him moved, Jingyin was also shocked. She remembered that Zhong Shou said that he had nothing to do with the Lu family. However, why was he the young master of the Lu family? Xiaoya's eyes lit up as she looked at the turtle's back. My surname is Zhong. I really don't know who Lu Shou is. Zhong Shou shook his head expressionlessly. However, he didn't have any intention to argue with this person because of his identity. He wasn't used to having his words controlled by others. His gaze swept past the people on the other side, past Lu Yintian, and towards the Great Lake. You have a natural-born xenogeneic as well. Not bad. If you're willing to hand it over, I can leave your corpse intact. I will allow you to reincarnate into the animal path, and after 300 lifetimes, reincarnate as a human. The animal path was a Buddhist faction theory, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhongsho naturally didn't have such ability, but today he said that. Anyways, the person opposite him most probably wouldn't agree. He was waiting for Lu Wushuang to rush over. Moreover, it was okay for him to talk some nonsense. However, the moment he said this, the entire Tianyin manor was totally silent. No one spoke. Only the Jiao snake let out a groan. Its head suddenly pulled out from the water, revealing a giant body. This beast was intelligent and could understand Zhongsho's words. A red glow flashed in its eyes. It was obvious that it was furious. A huge suppression spread across the area. A moment later, Lu Yintian forced out a smile. Allow me to reincarnate. Your Highness really talks big. What a domineering personality. He was really shrewd and didn't show his emotions on his face. However, today, Zhongsho's words nearly caused his chest to explode. Unfortunately, I have raised this beast for a long time and treated it like family. I really can't bear to do so. However, Your Highness, why don't you give me your protector beast? He smiled. That's right. Actually, I don't need Your Highness to reward me. Not long after, this natural mutant will be mine. Your Highness's injuries haven't healed, and the marrow-burning blood spirit technique in your body hasn't been removed. You didn't think about finding a place to hide, and instead ran out to ask to die. Are you really tired of living? At the start, his voice was really calm, but the more he spoke, the sharper and colder he became. Zhongsho's eyes were half closed like he didn't notice anything, until he had a thought and sensed something. Only then did he open his eyes, and a sharp glow appeared. Lu Wushuang was here, and he was still so eager. He tore open the world barrier and was about to descend. However, apart from this person, there was another person. He wasn't weak, just a little weaker than Lu Wushuang. Who was he? Since this person was here, then Tianyin Manor didn't need to exist anymore. Thus, he held his sword in his hand and laughed coldly. You said so much just because you aren't willing? Lu Tianyin's breathing stopped once more, and he felt really frustrated. In his eyes, the person who asked to die had no chance of leaving this place alive was the person in front of him. It was okay if he didn't compromise and acted like a small fry. However, his words made it seem like the life and death of everyone here was in his hands. His words were arrogant, and he looked down on him. He was really asking to die. He was about to die, but he still wanted to force him to hand over his protector beast. That's all there is to being deranged. Shaking his head, Lu Yintian felt like he had nothing to say as he looked down the mountain. Apart from this natural beast, there is one more thing. I would like to ask Your Highness that although my general offended you, he shouldn't have been killed like that. Normal people say that when you hit a dog, you have to look at the owner. How can a bastard like you touch the dog that I raised? This Zhongsho's strength was indeed not bad, and was really surprising. However, no matter how strong he was and how talented he was still a bastard. What was a 7-tailed sky fox? Such a person could actually be listed in the top 20 of the direct bloodline's famous stratagems. Your Highness needs to know that Sanyan Hall Head Fondue is just a dog of our Lu family. Your Highness relies on him and thinks that you can do whatever you want. Don't you find that amusing? Before he finished, the sky shook once more. The blue fire Xian turtle cried out and smashed its head into the outside of the Tianyin Manor. Not only did the restrictions collapse, but even half of the palace walls and houses on the mountain collapsed. Zhongsho, who was on the back of the turtle, didn't have any intention of talking nonsense with Lu Yintian. Since he wasn't willing to fall to the beast path to pay for his mouth, then his soul would be destroyed here, and he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. The green flames burned once more in his soul ocean. This time, what exploded out from the sword was Lu Shichen's vital energy and essence energy. The sword light was cold and sharp. Just the sword path soul intent split the fire cloud in the sky into two, revealing the blue sky. Where the sword was pointed at was Lu Yintian. It caused the latter's expression to change as he retreated. Patches of green light covered the sky. It was a crescent blade shining with a green light, messing up everything in the void. It caused heaven and earth to turn upside down and heaven and earth to be in chaos. The red sword shadow was condensed into a line. Its aura didn't decrease at all as it chased after the true shadow. It broke through the chaotic void, heaven and earth. Everywhere it passed, everything returned to normal. Just as the sword shadow was 100 feet away from Lu Yintian, the few celestial realm cultivators around him finally came to their senses. Preposterous. They were either sword artifacts or blade shields. Some directly struck at Zhongsho, while some tried to block the sword attack. Zhongsho scoffed coldly. Where did this trash come from? He actually dared to jump out. The sword light changed and instantly split into dozens. It slashed forwards, and instantly blood rained down. Chapter 882. Amidst the clear sword ring, the sword light was extremely sharp. After it split, it flashed, and several celestial realm experts were beheaded one by one. Amidst the thousands of sword shadows, numerous pieces of flesh and blood splattered out. No one could block it. Anyone who dared to take it head-on instantly died, turning into blood and dust. Lu Yintian was barely able to struggle out from the sword attack after being blocked by a few of his subordinates. He only felt that his body was covered in cold sweat. This sword was sudden, and there were no signs at all. It seemed to involve time and space laws. If it was a moment slower, it could have sliced his body. He didn't understand. He was obviously badly injured. So how could he have such sword strength? Lu Shichen dying in his hands was already shocking. Lu Yintian nearly followed in his footsteps. He then looked towards Zhongsho, the sword that was absorbing vital energy and essence energy. He was deep in thought. However, before he understood, the split sword light gathered once more. It killed all the people who tried to stop him. After forcing them away, it formed into a line and pierced through. Time accelerate. Space stack. Cause and effect invert. Fate lock on. Sword intent rose into the air. An unprecedented aura spread across the mountain peak. It was like it gathered all the killing intent and vengeful energy into that sword. It twisted space and time, exceeding the speed of physical laws. In just a 3,000th of a second, it was in front of Lu Yintian's eyes. Compared to the sword before, it was faster, stronger, sharper, and more overbearing. It made it hard for one to react. Lu Yintian had a feeling that the cause and effect and fate power had locked onto him. The moment this sword was slashed out, it was destined to kill him on the spot. Holding his breath, Lu Yintian let out an explosive roar, like the cry of a wild beast before death. A pair of water-splitting golden thorns appeared in his hands as he stabbed forwards. Instantly, there were thousands of thorns. In the end, they gathered at one point where Zhongsho's sword came from. Chaos. Time was broken into chaos. Space was broken into chaos. All cause and effect and fate returned to chaos. However, when the sword and thorns clashed, a shocking ring reverberated throughout the peak. Lu Yintian's eyes were filled with shock once more. Apart from cause and effect, the martial path true technique in the sword also had cause and effect. It also had a bit of controlling true intent. Controlling Tao. Controlling the 3,000 Daos. 10,000 laws. How did this happen? If he didn't confirm that Lin Wushuang wasn't his cousin, he almost thought that the person in front of him was Lu Wushuang in disguise to kill him. Not only was the power of the laws and the sword not disrupted by him, but its own power was also being controlled by him, and it was being countered. No, this true intent of defense was just a facade. At this moment, he vaguely felt that the person in front of him was Tao itself. The feeling of surprise instantly turned into shock. Lu Yintian subconsciously raised his head, only to be met with an emotionless and cold gaze filled with killing intent. Ding! The thorny shadow shattered, and the force of the collision between the two of them was also released. In a palace-like Tianyin manner, countless palaces crumbled, and countless palace walls collapsed. The weaker cultivators in the mansion were all crushed into pieces by this powerful force. Lu Yintian was first shocked and then furious. He was peak celestial realm, the master of a world, and had millions of troops. Was he unable to block one sword from his person? The thorn sword shadow flashed once more and gathered 30 feet in front of him. Like a storm, it struck the tip of the sword. If one strike wasn't enough, then he would strike 10, 100 strikes. Just at this moment, a vast flame power charged over right at Zhongsho. Lu Yintian could sense it with his spiritual sense. The 30,000-foot shark snake had charged out from the lake. It pierced through the fire cloud and bit down. This natural variant was naturally good at controlling fire. The flames around its body were something that even it couldn't handle. This was why it needed to stay in the lake to prevent it from burning itself to death. The blue fire Xian turtle waved its giant shield and smacked towards the shark snake. The latter's giant tail smacked onto the shield. This strike was on the same level. The shark snake was forced back 1,000 feet, and the blue fire Xian turtle was forced back. However, there was a tinge of fear in the latter's eyes. When the crimson flames swept past it, its green flames were completely dispersed. It needed to rely on the Xuanwu body protecting energy to barely block it. The shark snake seemed to be anxious to save its master and didn't bother about the blue fire Xian turtle. After the golden flame, it spat out a red flame. This breath came from the pill ocean from the gas field. However, it was 100 times stronger than the red flame on its body. It could melt metal and burn everything. Zhongsho found it hard to maintain his sword attack. However, he didn't show much dejection. Instead, his lips curled up. The true qi and spiritual energy that he was using now came from the nameless sword and the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique. He absorbed it from the celestial realm cultivators who died under his sword. He had used up half of it in the battle with Lu Yintian. However, before he slashed out, how could he not know that this shark snake wouldn't sit still and watch its master die? Although it was a natural variant, if Lu Yintian died, this shark snake wouldn't be able to live for long. The sword light retracted like it wanted to temporarily retreat. However, when the power was retracted to the extreme, it exploded out once more, suddenly turning around in midair. The 50,000 feet lightning wings flapped, and a portion of the lightning blaze, thousand flash, covered the sword body. It slashed out from an unbelievable angle. It was still. Time accelerate. Space stack. Cause and effect invert. Fate lock on. However, this sword was the Tao. It was filled with Tao attainments. When the sword shadow slashed out, it was like heaven and earth itself was slashing down on this sword. Lu Yintian's pupils constricted, and he suddenly understood. From start to finish, Zhongsho's target wasn't him. It was his shark snake. The sword light flashed and pierced into the red flame. It didn't bother about the flame power directly passing through and striking the head of the shark snake. The shark snake was terrified and tried to move its body. However, it realized that it couldn't dodge at all. The blue fire Xian turtle closed in from behind. It waved the two giant black shields over, bringing with it a huge amount of strength. Before this, it was still holding back. At this moment, it went all out. Space twisted, causing the blood-sword shadow to be able to use extreme speed to pierce right in front of it. The cause and effect and fate power on the sword body made it unable to struggle. After hesitating slightly, the shark snake continued to retreat. However, it could only avoid being hit on the head. Zhongsho's blood sword light slashed across its waist. Where the sword shadow passed, it was like it was hitting leather. With a soft poo sound, large amounts of blood spurted out. When it landed on the ground, it turned into a red flame that burned fiercely. A small half of its body, about 1,000 feet long, was chopped off and fell to the ground. Instantly, its flesh and blood withered and turned into flames. The shark snake's appearance was twisted and vicious. Before it was able to roar out, the two giant shields behind it smashed down. They were heavy and thick, and at the sides of the shields there were numerous saw teeth. When the two shields smashed down, it was the strength of hundreds of Sumera mountains. It caused the mountain peak to shake with a loud quang. The Jiao snake's body was forcefully sent, flying more than 100 meters away. As for the blue fire Xian turtle, it laughed in delight and felt really good. Zhongsho retracted his sword attack, and a black flame burned around his body. That sword had at least used up a small portion of the shark snake's vital energy and essence energy. However, this beast's fire essence was too strong. It caused his body to be filled with flame, true essence. Luckily, he had the sky burning blood, so he could take it. Then, he floated in the air and looked down coldly at Lu Yintian. Just now, he was struck by the red flame, and his arm was nearly melted. However, it was healing at a visible rate. Pretty much at the same time as it healed, another sword slashed down. It was like the Milky Way was falling, a shooting star shining brightly. A sliver of fear finally appeared in Lu Yintian's eyes. From the start, he shouldn't have given this Zhongsho a place to borrow strength. At this moment, he still had the strength of a world and the strength of 1,000,000 troops to borrow. However, at this moment, Lu Yintian felt like he was alone, so helpless. After exchanging blows for a few breaths, he was forced into such a situation. No, he was in a desperate situation. Why wasn't Lu Wushuang here yet? A spiritual light flashed in his mind, and Lu Yintian's eyes were filled with comprehension. Lu Jun, you dare to not help? If I die, will you be able to live alone? After hollering, he scoffed. Lu Wushuang, are you trying to borrow my knife to kill me? Very good. I have nothing to say. However, do you know about the heaven-snatching liquid? If you want to know the whereabouts of this item, please save my life. Along with his words, a sigh spread out from his side. A middle-aged scholar formed a seal with his hands and spat out a word. Instantly, 1,000 layers of waves suddenly appeared in the Tianyin manner. Layer after layer of water wrapped around Lu Yintian's body like a jade belt. Water was such a soft thing, but at this moment it was like a tough shield blocking in front of Lu Yintian. Piece by piece, it was shattered under the sword attack, and then piece by piece gathered back together. Zhongsho was slightly distracted. Heaven, snatching liquid? He seemed to have heard of it before. He searched his memories and obtained something in just a moment, stealing the luck of heaven and earth. Below the saint realm, even if a strand of hair was left, even if their soul was wiped out, it could revive the dead. He was instantly moved, although he didn't have anyone he needed to save in his life. If he could obtain such a treasure, it would most probably be useful in the future. Speaking of which, he wasn't in a rush to kill this person. It wasn't bad to let him enjoy the pain of soul-searching. He instantly came back to his senses and noticed that the sword attack was being weakened bit by bit under the wrapping of the water light. He couldn't help but scoff coldly. He casually waved his sleeves, and a silver light shot out, disappearing swiftly. It flashed, and when it appeared in front of everyone once more, it was pinned onto Lu Jun's brow. At the start, Lu Jun didn't feel anything. Only when his aura dissipated and his soul power collapsed did he come back to his senses. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Then, he died in an instant. His body turned into ashes and dissipated. The water light totally collapsed along with this person's death. Zhongsho's sword shadow was unobstructed as it pierced in. It clashed with the layers of water, splitting thorns. Just as the essence energy drawn from the Jiao snake was exhausted, he sliced off the person's left arm with a single sword strike. Just as he was about to continue, a silver spear finally descended into this world. Chapter 883. The spear's shadow struck over, instantly covering the heaven and earth as it struck from outside of this world. It was wrapped in the power of the void, and vast, killing intent gathered at the tip, causing one's skin to feel pain. Zhongsho squinted. At this moment, the life force in his body was used up, so he didn't take it head-on. He retreated, his body flashing. He was 10,000 feet out, and he floated in the air. Lu Yintian only saw the sword shadow in the sky suddenly retract and disappear. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and laughed out loud. In the end, he still managed to survive until Lu Wushuang attacked. The muscles around his arm twitched and his bones grew. Instantly, he recovered to normal. He smiled. At this moment, his right and left arms, Lu Yintian and Lu Jun, were both dead. 6 to 7 celestial realm cultivators under him also died. However, so what? As long as he had people on his side, as long as he controlled this Songling world, he could recruit such an expert at any time. He didn't care at all, only using a pair of dark and cold eyes to look at Zhong Shou, especially that blood-colored sword. The true essence absorbed by the sword was obviously used up. Zhong Shou suddenly attacked, from the shark snake cutting off its tail to Lu Jun's death and Lu Yintian's broken arm. Less than 5 breaths had passed. On Tianyan Manor, the people who were still alive were totally silent, such that one could hear a pin drop on the mountain peak. Jingyin only felt her mouth dry up. She had guessed that Zhong Shou's cultivation was really deep and indiscernible. However, he didn't expect that this person's combat strength would be so strong to such an extent. He had directly injured and killed people from the Tianyan Manor, rampaging all the way. If that silver spear had not intervened in time, the Tianyan Manor would not have been able to survive. If he didn't react in time, he probably would have already killed Lu Tianyan. Even Monk Xiaoya's mouth was agape. A weird glow flashed in her eyes. However, moments later, she frowned and a look of worry flashed across her face. The space tore open and a person stepped in from outside the void world. He was around 20 years old and looked really handsome. There was a red mole at the center of his brows, and he was looking coldly at this place. After this person, another young cultivator entered the Songling world. His position just happened to be behind Zhong Shou. Whether intentionally or not, he had blocked Zhong Shou's escape route. Lu Wushuang held his silver spear, his gaze never leaving Zhong Shou as he asked Lu Yintian, "Is the matter of the heaven-seizing liquid true? Do you really know where he is?" Lu Yintian chuckled when he heard this. "Of course it's true. Although I am despicable, I know the pros and cons. I won't lie to you about this matter." Lu Wushuang's face was calm, but there was a flash of joy in her eyes. The happiest moment in one's life was when one's enemy was beheaded and one stepped into the divine realm that one had always dreamed of. His lover, whom he thought would be separated by heaven and earth, had a chance to come back to life. He took a deep breath and looked at Zhong Shou's sword. "Your sword is really not bad. However, you have used up all your strength, and it is useless in front of me. If this Zhong Shou could still kill people in front of him and gather blood essence power, then he would have lost everything. Lu Wushuang had lived for so many years for nothing. I thought that you would hide in this Songling world like a rat until I found you. I didn't expect that you would be so stupid. That's right, you are already in despair. Why did you come here to let me send you off?" Although he said this, his gaze was as sharp as a knife. He spread out his spiritual sense and observed each and every change in Zhong Shou's aura. He clearly remembered that when he chased him, he forced this Zhong Shou into despair dozens of times. However, this person used instant space techniques to easily escape. Even when they first fought, he caught him off guard and nearly sliced his head into two was still fresh in his memory. Facing such an opponent, even if his limbs were broken and his spine was crushed, he had to be fully focused and couldn't relax. The delicate and pretty young man who came with him was the same, extremely vigilant. He smiled, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. His spiritual sense wrapped around Zhong Shou's body and locked onto his soul. He couldn't see through the person in front of him. He only felt that he was a bottomless abyss. Every time he thought that he knew how deep he was, he would notice that this person's foundations were far from just that. For example, today, he was able to force Lu Yintian into such a situation. He pretty much smashed Tianyan Manor into pieces, far exceeding his expectations. To know that Lu Wushuang was searching for him in this world and still dared to appear here, he definitely wasn't unprepared. However, no matter what trump cards this person had or what he relied on, he was definitely going to fall here today. There was no doubt about it. Jingyin and Xiaoya's hearts sunk to the bottom of the valley. Originally, when Lu Yintian's arm was broken by Zhong Shou, they already saw hope. However, when the two of them arrived, their auras were above Lu Yintian's. Their strength was indiscernible. Two strong intents suppressed Zhong Shou's sword intent. Zhong Shou laughed silently and waved his sleeves once more. In the soul sea void space, The 72-star Tao seeds all appeared outside one after another. Behind them were 37 white imperial Tao dragon tooth swords. Lu Wushuang's pupils constricted. Lu Wubbing smiled and shook his head. If your highness still wants to rely on this technique to escape, then it won't be as you wish. I was fortunate to have seen young master and your highness fight several times and learn a little. Instant Space Dragon Pellet, Tao Seed Star, Taoist Faction's Cycle of Heaven Star Falling Technique is really magical. After thinking about it, I finally thought of a way to restrict it. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of streaks of light surged out. There were formation flags that were laid out all around. The moment this formation was laid out, everyone felt that the surrounding space laws were unusually stable. Zhongshou also sensed it. With a thought, he activated the instant space power. As expected, he felt that teleporting space was much harder than before. It couldn't stop him from teleporting, but as long as it delayed him for a moment, it would be enough for Lu Wushuang to do many things. For example, to find out where he teleported to so that he could chase, or use special techniques to lock down space to intercept him. However, he didn't care at all. He didn't think about escaping today. It was with much difficulty that he was able to flip over. Naturally, he wanted to have a good fight. After being chased for several months, this grievance. Naturally, he had to get it back from Lu Wushuang. He gathered his spiritual sense and charged into the clouds. His aura exploded out, and he seemed to be one with the heavens. Within Zhongshou's dantian, it started to change. Threads of true essence gathered towards his dantian like spring water. Within his soul, a huge wave rose up. The 18 true spiritual talismans all gave out ripples and showed signs of shattering. At the center of it, the outline of a Tao word, true talisman, appeared. Only the black and white Dharma still didn't move, suppressing his soul ocean. These changes happened in just a breath. Everyone here, even Lu Wushuang, who was the strongest, didn't notice anything. He only sensed that Zhongshou's aura suddenly became really weird and indiscernible. Lu Yintian didn't know either. He scoffed. Why are you afraid that he will escape? There were two of his saviors here. If he leaves just like that, wouldn't he be a heartless and ungrateful person? His eyes swept across Xiaoya and Jingyin. He wanted to attack Jingyin. However, he was worried about Zhongshou, who was standing at the side and didn't dare to directly attack her. Thus, he reached out and grabbing Xiaoya to his side. He directly grabbed her neck and laughed sinisterly. Why don't you try to escape? I think the crown prince should just die peacefully. Maybe I will be merciful and let them live. Zhongshou didn't bother at all, holding the nameless sword in front of him. He flicked his finger, and instantly a clear sword hum sounded throughout the mountain peak. It also suppressed all the other noises. This place was dead silent once more. Since the first time we met, Zhongshou wanted to have a fair battle with you one day to decide life and death. To be chased for 3 months really makes me feel bad. In the sky, dark clouds surged and covered the horizon. It was the day, but this place was suddenly pitch black. One couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Zhongshou's impassive tone continued. Luckily, the heavens have opened their eyes. The heavens didn't abandon me, plotting step by step to be one step ahead of you. One step ahead of Lu Wushuang to step into celestial realm. Although there was still a huge gap between them, they were still in the same realm. Only then did Lu Yintian feel that something wasn't right. He frowned and looked around. In the end, his eyes landed on Zhongshou's body. His brows were tightly furrowed. At this moment, his Dharma also appeared. Zhongshou's obscure energy meridians suddenly filled up. The energy around his body also started to rise. What did you do? He really didn't understand why Zhongshou's body would have such a change. There was also the phenomenon of heaven and earth which made him feel lost. Lu Wushuang and that handsome teen both had solemn expressions, their eyes filled with shock. Naturally, I am going through the tribulation. Zhongshou replied. His tone didn't fluctuate at all. It was unusually calm. Along with these words, his body started to burn without a flame. A red and white flame rose up from his body. Red flame, God tribulation? Zhong Shaxin broke out into a laugh. It was this realm again, one of the most perverted tribulations in legends. The red flames also contained the power to go against laws, charging at his body and soul. However, this time, he felt relieved. If he was anywhere else, he would have gone all out to deal with it. However, in this world, it was exactly what he wanted. Whatever he wanted came to him. His luck was so good. Along with the heaven-swallowing technique being used, wave after wave of wish power crazily surged into his body. While resisting the red flame God tribulation, it was also merging into his body bit by bit. As expected, the blood spirit power was being suppressed bit by bit. Marrow-burning blood spirit. It has caused me so much pain these few days. However, I have to thank you for helping me. As his words left his mouth, the pair of black lightning wings on his back suddenly extended to 90,000 feet in length. Lightning Phoenix Legacy, Lu Family Sky Burning Flame. It caused his lightning blaze 1,000 flash secret technique to directly raise by several grades. It covered the entire sky. The flames were endless and its aura was majestic. Zhong Shou was like a god standing on the peak of the mountain. The sword intent charged up once more. Its strength had increased by several times. It directly broke the spiritual sense suppression of the two of them and also covered the sky. Chapter 884. The aura was vast and many phenomenons appeared. The red and white flames soared into the sky. At this moment, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, trying to act mysterious. Lu Wushuang's brow rose up. For some reason, his heart was filled with fear. That martial path intent was obviously able to go up against him. Looking at his true essence, it seemed like he had broken free from the marrow-burning blood spirit technique and was starting to fill up once more. Hesitating slightly, Lu Wushuang stabbed out with his spear. He felt like something bad was about to happen. If he didn't stop it, it would be too late. White flames burned on the spear body. The silver spear danced, causing a pear flower to bloom in front of Zhong Shou's eyes. First, it spread out piece by piece and then turned into many snow-white pear flowers, endless and endless, giving off a sharp aura. He had to win. Behind Zhong Shou, Lu Wubbing smiled and floated forwards. He pointed towards Zhong Shou's back. The badly injured shark snake was still entangled with a blue fire Xian turtle in a stalemate. Lu Yintian directly used his spiritual sense to control the pair of water splitters to attack along with the two of them. It messed up everything, causing the five-element spiritual energy around Zhong Shou and the laws of heaven and earth to return to chaos. The three of them worked together, and in an instant, they forced Zhong Shou into a corner. Jingyin instinctively covered her lips to suppress the exclamation in her throat. However, in the blink of an eye, dozens of bright and vast sword lights exploded out around Zhong Shou and swept in all directions. Lu Yintian's water splitters were directly reflected back. Lu Wubbing's brow furrowed as he retreated swiftly. Golden finger sleeves appeared on his hands as he pointed out to block the overbearing sword light. Only 1,000 feet out did he finally stop his retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. He felt that each of his attacks was equivalent to fighting against an immortal realm cultivator. 36 swords are like 36 celestial realm cultivators. The main sword, in particular, was fixed in the void above Zhong Shou's head. But it made him feel a great threat, and he had no choice but to retreat. Could this be Zhong Shou's trump card? Powerful indeed. This is the 10 ultimate Imperial Dao Annihilation Sword formation. Zhong Shou has been preparing for a long time. Zhong Shou's clear voice resounded through the air. The nameless sword stabbed into the depths of the pear blossoms. In an instant, the 37 streaks of sword energy merged into one. He slashed out in the air and directly sliced the pear blossoms in half. Clang! A metallic sound rang out as the sword and spear collided. The power of over 1,000 Sumer mountains collided and exploded in this small space. Following the explosion, Countless rocks flew everywhere. The entire mountain peak was flattened by this powerful force. Dust flew everywhere, swirling in the air. Lu Wushuang only felt pain at his thumb and index finger. He lost control of his body and was tossed backward by the power before he finally stopped. Only now did he notice that Zhongshou had the strength to go up against him. Looking out, he saw that within the dust, there was a red and white flame that was really eye-catching. He couldn't see it, but he could feel a pair of eyes filled with cold, killing intent looking over. Lu Wushuang sucked in a cold breath. For the first time, fear rose up in his heart. However, in the next moment, he totally suppressed it. Instead, his fighting spirit rose. Waves of heat flowed through his limbs and veins. His body stabilized, and he stabbed out with a spear. It swept through the air like a dragon, bringing with it the sound of wind and thunder as it stabbed down. Lu Yintian once again used a pair of water-splitting thorns to strike behind him. Lu Wushuang's eyes turned red, his voice like thunder. Scram. You want a fair fight? Then I will give you a chance. Let's have a fair fight. At this moment, let's decide life and death. His voice was filled with true qi, shaking the wilderness. The people around felt dizzy, but Lu Yintian's face turned ashen white. Fresh blood flowed out from his ears. Zhongshou laughed coldly within the white flames. Why are you asking me, Scram? It is better to let someone help. I am afraid that you are my match. A sharp sword light sped out from the white flames like a swallow returning to the forest. Its trajectory was really mysterious and indescribably beautiful. It swept through the air. In the eyes of everyone, it was really blurry and they couldn't see it clearly. Like time and space had stopped. One origin, sword universe light. It was the sword of time. When he was in the spirit realm, no matter what, he couldn't use it or take the sword intent. At this moment, he was able to use it so easily. Outside of the universe light sword, there was a thread of killing path sword intent hidden within. Kung! Spear and sword clashed, and there was a loud ring. At the front of the pear blossom, half of the silver-white spear tip was sliced off and tossed into the air. Lu Yintian and Lu Wubing's eyes widened as they stared at this scene in disbelief. The latter was even slightly absent-minded as he muttered to himself. Sword intent spirit realm. It is actually sword intent spirit realm. How did this happen? If it was a normal spirit realm intent, he wouldn't be so shocked. However, in front of his eyes was the time sword intent. It was one of the sources of the world, the foundations of the 3,000 Daos. It also contained the killing path true intent. Initial spirit realm, but it didn't feel unfamiliar at all. It was really natural. It seemed like he had been immersed in it for a long time, and his attainments were really deep. In other words, this person comprehended this spirit realm sword intent a few years before he went through his tribulation. As expected, he was indiscernible. He grasped such a sword intent. So how was he chased by young Master Wushuang in such a bad state? After being stunned for a moment, Lu Wubing came back to his senses and noticed that Lu Wushuang's current situation wasn't good. After the spearhead was cut off, the spear shadows that filled the sky were also directly scattered. Zhongshou's sword shadow shone in the air once more. It was still like a white steed flashing across a crack, like a swallow flying back. It was simple, but it contained the laws of heaven and earth. The 10 extreme imperial Tao destruction sword formation was also connected to his mind. There was no gap at all. Time accelerate. Space stack. Cause and effect invert. Fate lock. With a ding, the sharp sword light sliced off a portion of the silver-white spear. Lu Wushuang's main body was unable to escape. The sword light swept across, just brushing his arm and causing a large patch of blood to explode out. At this moment, Lu Wushuang was furious but also felt powerless. That blood sword wasn't that sharp. However, at this moment, it was like it wasn't a weapon of the human world, causing the spear in his hand to break upon contact. He couldn't block it and couldn't dodge it. Lu Yintian's face was filled with shock as he looked forwards. This was the first time since he was born that he was so terrified and didn't know what to do a few breaths ago. He thought that he could easily take down this Zhongshou. However, looking at the situation now, it seemed like even Lu Wushuang, one of the top few in the 18th generation of the Lu family, wasn't the opponent of this Zhong Shou. He couldn't be his shield anymore. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. Lu Yintian didn't think much as he raised On Moon in front of him once more. He clenched his fist, causing the woman in his hands to be unable to breathe. "Stop right there, if you still want her life." Within the red and white flames, Zhong Shou scoffed coldly. He didn't bother at all as he continued forwards, stepping forwards. Slash! The sword light in his hand flashed and disappeared. It swept across the void and returned in an instant. The bloodlight was really thick, and it actually brought back a ball of vital energy and true essence. Lu Tianyin was about to use strength to continue to force him, following which he looked at his hand in shock. His entire right arm had been cut off at the base. His muscles were swiftly withering, and his bones were turning gray, like he had lost all his life force. Not only that, but even much of the true qi and blood in his body was sucked out. It caused his body to be really weak. This sword was so quick that he couldn't even sense his broken arm. First, he was shocked and then terrified. Lu Yintian wanted to scold out, but he noticed that he didn't even have the strength to speak. He could only spit out a few words that couldn't be heard. "You demon." Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother. Demon? He hadn't done anything more evil. Within his energy ocean, a golden pellet was formed. The true essence was like a golden mercury liquid that wrapped around the area. The changes within his soul ocean were even more intense. The 18 true spiritual talismans had already disappeared. There was only an incomplete but majestic Tao word that hung in the middle of his soul ocean. Spiritual light shot out all around and shone on the space within his heart. There was also a humanoid figure formed from countless amounts of soul force standing within. This was his true image. The Tao word, true talisman, was placed at his brow. His left and right hands each held the black and white holes, controlling the beginning and end. When Zhong Shou waved his sword once more and slashed down from above, the sword body was filled with Tao. Zhong Shou was the Tao. The sword in his hand was the punishment of the heavens. At this moment, he saw that Lu Wushuang had tossed aside the silver spear in his hand. He hurriedly took out a black-red shield in front of his body. The sword light slashed down like it was hitting a piece of rotten bamboo. It sliced a hole in the shield. Blood splattered as Lu Wushuang's left arm was sliced off. In the end, this person was able to avoid his vital parts. Even his nameless sword and the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique weren't able to affect his body. As expected, this person's defensive ability was stronger than his offensive ability, controlling Tao. At this moment, his golden pellet was slowly forming. Pretty much every breath that passed, his strength would increase by a portion. The strength of this sword was 50% stronger than before. However, it was still only able to injure Lu Wushuang and not damage his foundations. Following this, he slashed out several more times. Lu Wushuang was still barely able to hold on and block the sword light. Zhong Shou's pupils constricted, and then he calmed down once more. As expected from the most outstanding disciple of the sky-burning Lu family, he really wasn't ordinary and didn't disappoint. Today, it was just sword techniques that couldn't do anything to him. Then, 3,000 star falling. 72 star Tao seeds moved with the sword and slashed out horizontally. Where it passed, heaven and earth collapsed like a world was being formed. That black-red giant shield also shattered, breaking into hundreds of pieces and scattering in all directions. Where the sword and the person were, there were no more obstructions. Where the blood sword light passed, Lu Wushuang's legs below his knees were instantly broken. Zhong Shou exclaimed, retracting his sword attack and returning to the front of his body. He smashed a streak of light that flew over into pieces. Chapter 886. He retracted his sword attack and returned to the front of his body. Zhong Shou casually smashed a streak of light that flew over into pieces. It was Lu Wushuang's broken silver spear, attacking Wei to save Zhao, risking his life. However, Lu Wushuang saved his life at the very end. He knew that he was going through the tribulation and that he couldn't be disturbed. Lu Wushuang panted. His gaze was really complicated. The fighting spirit in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by deep fear and shock. However, at this moment, what Zhong Shou cared more about was the handsome team behind him. After the initial setback, he didn't attack anymore. He formed a seal and stood 10,000 feet away. Even when Lu Wushuang was in danger and nearly died under his sword, he didn't show any intention to help. At this moment, balls of spiritual energy rippled in the void, spreading out into the outer region and into the void. Zhong Shou turned his head and looked towards that person. Thinking about it, he knew the reason. Is this the Great Void Space Teleportation Curse? In his memory, this was an extremely strong spell. It wasn't referring to power, but the use of this spell. For people like them, traveling through the void of the outer realms was actually like passing through the gaps between bubbles, using these naturally formed shortcuts to roam the various worlds. However, this Great Void Space Teleportation Curse broke through the barriers of space. Numerous worlds were parallel to each other on the same time layer. As for this Great Void Space Teleportation Curse, it would directly open up those barriers. If one walked through the outer region void, there might be thousands of worlds between the two worlds. However, if one used a true time travel technique to pierce through the two worlds, then it was just breaking open a layer of space. However, this layer was something that even God Realm and Saint Realm experts couldn't do anything about. In a long river of time, there are simply too many variables. The coordinates of space were often uncertain and tough to lock onto. Only this Great Void Space Teleportation Curse was an exception. It could cause people from thousands of worlds to descend here. However, the requirements for this technique were often really strict. Preparations had to be made beforehand. Not only did one need to draw spirit tattoos on one's skin and use one's body as a formation, one also needed to coordinate with one's body. If one wasn't a God Realm expert, their physical body wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of teleportation. It's the Great Void Transference Spell. Your Highness is truly knowledgeable. Lu Wubbing laughed and waved his sleeves. Dozens of blood-red crystals flew out. In the blink of an eye, a small spiritual array was formed. Your Highness is the only person that I, Lu Wubbing, have never seen in my life. He also knew that he could not afford to be careless when fighting against His Highness. Therefore, when I came down, I made some preparations. Fortunately, this arrangement wasn't too much. Soul Realm Sword Intent, Star Dao Seed. Your Highness is so strong that you are the strongest among your peers. I was just lucky. At this moment, Lu Wubbing seemed to have turned into a door in the void. There were a few waves of thoughts that were even stronger than Zhong Shou and Lu Wushuang. It pierced through the air from the inside. God Realm? What a good young Master Wubbing. Lu Yantian was overjoyed. His exhausted body suddenly regained its strength. In a hopeless situation, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. Instantly, he felt threads of true essence rise up in his body and flow into his limbs and meridians, nourishing his dry body. No, it couldn't be said that there was hope, but that the outcome was already decided. Outside the void, there were no less than 3 God Realm intents that spread into this world. Zhong Shou sliced off his arm and nearly killed Lu Wushuang with several swords. However, in the end, he was still going to die in the Tianyin manner. He couldn't control himself and laughed out loud. No matter how strong this person was, how surprising his sword path was, so what? In the end, he was still going to die here. Did he still have a chance to live in front of 3 God Realm experts? Lu Wushuang was startled. His face alternated between green and white for a moment. Then he took in a deep breath. He took out a red spear and held onto the giant shield. His body moved forwards to restrict the enemy from behind. At this moment, as long as he could kill the enemy and make him die, no matter what methods he had to use, no matter what price he had to pay, he would be able to take it. Although it was embarrassing to ask for help from the God Realm cultivators under Shuanya country ruler, he had no choice. Was he going to watch this enemy continue to roam freely in the world while he died in hell? Zhong Shou frowned and then shook his head. He was still as calm as usual. Although this great void space teleportation curse was not bad, he just needed to use it before the gate opened. Nothing would happen if the door was destroyed in advance. With a thought, the 37 Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth swords spat out sword energy. Zhong Shou saw that the hundreds of formation flags around all exploded out at the same time. Instantly, another strong external power surged over. It actually forcefully repelled his body and soul from this space-time dimension. He was standing at the peak of the Tianyan Manor, but there seemed to be a thin layer separating him. Even if he had unlimited strength, he couldn't use it now. Zhong Shou thought about it for a moment before he was enlightened. This was similar to the illusionary crane secret universe talisman that he used in the past. It forcefully separated him from this dimension and brought it forward by 0.003 of an instant. At this moment, even if Zhong Shou had unlimited strength, he couldn't use it. Naturally, the person in front of him couldn't hurt him. He couldn't help but laugh. This person was really an amazing spirit master. Although martial cultivators were powerful, spirit masters had thousands of tricks up their sleeves. If the latter was given a certain amount of time and space, it wasn't surprising for them to win against the strong. However, this time technique was what Zhong Shou was good at. If he had no choice, then he wouldn't hesitate to use the Book of Ian Extreme Life. Although the Great Void Space Teleportation Curse is not bad, it has huge weaknesses and is easily broken. This is why my formation can block the instant space technique and also prevent any unexpected dangers. However, I know that your highness is good at the instant space technique, and this technique can only stop you for a moment. However, I still have this item in my hands. Lu Wubbing said expressionlessly, and a silver mirror suddenly rose up behind him. It looked really normal, but when the mirror light shone over, it caused the area within 100,000 miles to be in chaos. Pieces of space were ripped apart, and many heaven and earth laws were broken. Zhong Shou frowned once more. Although the mirror light couldn't touch him, it didn't touch him. Although the mirror couldn't touch him, it made his return more than 10 times harder. He felt that the person in front of him was even harder to deal with than Lu Wushuang. Following this, Lu Wubbing looked coldly at Lu Yantian. Man or head, are you still not willing to risk your life at such a time? If I lose and the Great Void Space Teleportation Curse can't be completed, you won't have a future. Even if your soul isn't corroded, if we die today, we won't even be able to live. What is the point? Lu Yantian scoffed and knew what Lu Wubbing was referring to. He was the lord of a world, and if he could borrow the power of this world and use King Path martial arts, he would have God Realm first-level combat strength. However, he had many worries and wasn't willing to be affected by cause and effect, not willing to damage his soul and not willing to be restricted by the King Path energy. He still wanted to improve on his cultivation. This was while, though, he had 1 million troops and no less than 3 billion people. He could borrow less than 1/10 of that power. Thinking about it, Lu Yantian once again used the twin water-splitting needles to strike down from the air. He still wasn't willing to use the King Path secret technique and end his own future. However, he swallowed a red pill, and his energy meridians and spiritual sense instantly increased and swelled by close to 4 times. The twin water-splitting needles buzzed and didn't try to attack Zhong Shou's main body. Instead, he went all out to use the chaos true intent to mess up the surroundings and cause everything in this space to return to chaos, along with Lu Wushuang to stop Zhong Shou from returning from the time dimension. Wave after wave of spiritual energy disturbances caused space to break. In just a breath of time, there was another soft pop on a mountain peak. A storm that could affect the entire Songling world exploded out around Zhong Shou's body. The twin water-splitting needles were instantly shattered, and Lu Wushuang held onto the giant shield and stumbled back. In just a breath, Zhong Shou came to this world once more. Red flames burned around his body, and sword energy filled his body. Lu Wushuang smiled and didn't care at all. This gate was already completed, and the Great Void Space Teleportation Curse had reached its final stage. Even if he died under the blood sword, he couldn't stop it. As expected, after Zhongshou returned, he didn't attack him anymore. He was deep in thought as he looked above his head. The first to step into Songling world was a white-robed scholar. He looked young, but had a white robe and a white beard, like he had gone through unparalleled vicissitudes of life. He glanced below and smiled as he bowed towards Lu Wushuang. "Greetings, young Master Wushuang. Is young Master's enemy this person? The rumored young Master Lu Shou?" However, he didn't even look at Zhongshou. The strength of this kid's sword intent was shocking. However, an initial celestial realm wasn't enough for him to care about. Following which, there were two people who stepped into this world. They were all wearing armor and holding weapons. Their bodies were filled with vengeful energy. It was like they had just been through a war, as the armor on their bodies was slightly damaged. The other person exclaimed, "Just now I used my spiritual sense to take a look at the situation here." This son of Lu Hanyin was actually able to suppress Wu Shuang. It was truly impressive. His words about his wasted bloodline aren't true. I remember 2 months ago when Wubbing persuaded us to prepare this great void space teleportation curse. I felt that this kid was making a mountain out of a molehill. Only today did I know that his actions weren't unnecessary. The moment that person stepped in, that strong, killing intent locked on his own show. The other two people's eyes were filled with cold intent and killing intent. It was because Zhongshou's strength was unexpected that he needed to die here. When Zhongshou heard this, he sighed and felt that his limbs were weak. Thinking to himself, was this really the will of the heavens? Was this prophecy ability so strong? Suddenly, he heard Sanskrit chants. Zhongshou looked back. He saw that it was Jingyin who had her eyes closed and was chanting scriptures. Looking closely, it was that great unlimited grace prayer scripture. Merciful Buddha, witnessing the unlimited beginning and end, the future ruler of the peaceful world. Chapter 887. Merciful Buddha, unlimited beginning and end, future ruler of the pure world. When Zhongshou heard that, he couldn't help but break out into a laugh. "Why are you praying to Buddha?" Jingyin opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear and calm. It was obvious that she didn't care about life and death. "Jingyin is praying for the future Buddha to protect your safety. You are a good person and shouldn't die here." Her eyes looked below the mountain. The battle at the peak pretty much flattened half of Tianyan Mountain. However, the millions of people below were protected by a vast power. Although they were in a bad situation, they were totally fine. Under the suppression of Zhongshou's intent, they could only kneel on the ground. However, they were also spared from running and being trampled. Zhongshou shook his head when he heard that. "I am not a good person. Moreover, why are you so sure that I will die here? You silly nun, whose side are you on? How can you be so heartless?" Jingyin blinked her eyes innocently, thinking to herself, what else could she do in such a situation? She didn't care that she was dragged down by Zhongshou and was prepared to die here. She just hoped that she would be able to die happily and not be bullied. Then, Zhongshou's face turned serious, and his tone was really complicated. "Don't you want the future Buddha to descend and save the people of this world? Forget it. Today, I will fulfill your wish. However, you need to remember that you need to be sincere and do something for me. If not, I won't be able to rest in peace, and even as a ghost, I won't let you off." Jingyin exclaimed, totally confused. Her face was filled with confusion. She didn't understand what Zhongshou meant by those words. Fulfill her wish for the future Buddha to descend and save the people of this world? Her eyes were filled with confusion, but she still nodded her head. Then, she closed her eyes and continued to chant. Although she didn't know what Zhongshou was asking for, since he said that he wouldn't let her off even as a ghost, it seemed like it was really important. However, after this, would they still be able to live? This promise could only be fulfilled in the underworld, right? On the other hand, Zhongshou laughed heartily as a ball of flame shot out from his sleeves. First, it was a spirit beast that looked like a dog. Then, it turned into a huge qilin. With a ferocious expression, he stood in front of Zhongshou to protect him. Zhongshou's eyes were closed, as if he was dead. The soul remembrance left his body. It was his unformed, true form. Other than the fact that his facial features were still blurry, his demeanor and appearance were similar to Zhongshou's. While the two of them were talking, Lu Wuxuan was also greeting the three God Realm cultivators. I don't deserve the title of young master. Wuxuan greets the three elders. Today, Wuxuan was unfortunate to fall into such a predicament. Junior is indescribably grateful that the three of you took the trouble to rush over. I would like to ask the three of you to lend me a helping hand. If you can kill this bastard, this Junior will definitely repay you in the future. You're exaggerating. That's why we're here in the first place. It's only right that we help the young master. How can we hope to repay you? The white-robed cultivator smiled, his eyes finally landing on Zhongshou's body as well as the soul that flew into the air. His eyes were filled with a mocking expression. Giving up on the physical body and escaping with the soul, he knew what to do. Unfortunately, it was useless in front of him. He directly spread out his spiritual strength, and a giant hand formed from ice grabbed towards Zhongshou's soul. It was like he knew that Zhongshou had an instant space escape technique. When he attacked, he started to lock down and isolate the Great Path Source layer. At this moment, even Lu Wubbing shook his head slightly. Wasn't it too late to think about escaping now? With his hands behind his back, Lu Wubbing looked on calmly at the scenes in front of him. He personally planned and caused such a top genius to fall here. Such a feeling was not bad. Such a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment could be compared to when one's cultivation improved greatly. Zhongshou, who was in midair, didn't look like he had any intention of fleeing. Instead, he stopped in the air and reached out with his hand. Then, the giant ice hand that was inches away collapsed. It turned into broken ice and dissipated, unable to harm him at all. How was that possible? Lu Wubbing frowned, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. He knew that the white-robed cultivator looked like he was doing it casually. However, when this large hand grabbed down, it already used up all of its blood, using 80% of its strength. Zhongshou's sword path was indeed extraordinary, comprehending the soul-level sword intent that only God Realm cultivators could grasp. However, it was impossible for him to deal with it so easily. After breaking the giant ice hand, one black and one white ball of light appeared around Zhongshou's body. It was an eye-catching white and deep darkness. Slowly, one couldn't look at it with their eyes anymore. Dharma? What Dharma is that? Such a thought flashed across everyone's minds. However, they all felt a weird suppression spread throughout this world. Even the three God Realm experts who came couldn't resist and were forced back. However, there were many Buddhist chants that rang out in the sky. It was like there were numerous people chanting in unison. No matter how high or low they were all so beautiful and pleasing to the eye. In the sky, there was a lotus petal that floated down. It made this messy mountain peak look really beautiful. It looked like a normal lotus petal, but Lu Wubbing knew that it was formed naturally from thick wish power. Is that the Buddhist light? At this moment, threads of seven-colored spiritual light seeped out from Zhongshou's soul. Not only was it eye-catching and majestic, but it also had the ability to comfort one's soul. At this moment, the sky was split into half. One side was totally dark, and one couldn't look at it anymore. The other side was an eye-piercing white light that one couldn't open their eyes. The features of Zhongshou's true image became clearer and clearer. Beneath his feet, a seven-colored lotus platform was formed, solemn and solemn. Those three experts at the God Rank realm had solemn expressions as well, and they revealed slightly astounded expressions. They didn't understand what was going on, trying to be mysterious. One of the God Realm cultivators holding a sword and armor was the first to get impatient. With a cold scoff, he slashed down with the giant sword. The power of thousands of Sumer mountains gathered in one sword. It was also the sword intense spirit realm. When he slashed out, the entire million-foot space around froze. Zhongshou's true image body finally opened his eyes. He looked at the people in front of him expressionlessly and then waved his hand. The giant black hole on the left of his body suddenly moved, flying swiftly towards the giant sword. It was totally silent, and everywhere it passed, everyone's spiritual senses were absorbed and twisted. They could only roughly sense that the heavy sword broke. Then, the entire sword body and all the materials were absorbed by the black hole. However, it still didn't stop and continued to chase, directly attacking the body of the God Realm cultivator. The stalemate lasted for only a moment before a thunderous explosion was heard. Then, everyone only saw flesh and blood explode in the sky. It only had time to spread out for about 10 feet before it was sucked in by a strong suction force. It flew back and disappeared into the black hole. He reached out with his spiritual sense, and there was no aura of the God Realm cultivator in this space. He had disappeared without a trace. The people on the mountain peak all sucked in a cold breath. What kind of ability was that? What kind of power was that? To be able to kill a God Realm cultivator in one strike? Lu Wubbing was shocked speechless, and he didn't say anything else. There was only one thought in his mind. How did this happen? You've prepared well. If you're still in the other world, you'll be able to find me. If he is in another world, Zhongsho would most probably die and be helpless. Zhongsho's impassive voice rang out once more. Although he didn't do it on purpose, there seemed to be unparalleled majesty. At this moment, his gaze was merciless as it landed on the body of the white-robed God Realm cultivator. Unfortunately, this place is the Songling world. Along with those words, the white ball of light suddenly shook and fell towards the white-robed God Realm cultivator. The latter hollered in rage, his body turning into a series of afterimages. While he fled into the distance, he also tried to leave this Songling world. However, he wasn't as fast as that light. When he was hit in the air, his flesh and blood exploded. Then, under the blazing light, his flesh and blood were burned up, turning into dust. Everyone was stunned and speechless. They were unable to react. They could only look forward with a stunned expression. Coincidentally, at this moment, Jingyin, who didn't know about this change, was still chanting scriptures with her eyes closed. She muttered softly, "The Buddha has the power of the end, which is why he can control the endless darkness. The Buddha also controls the power of the origin, which is why he can control unlimited light. When the Buddha descends, heaven and earth will be split. One side is darkness, the other side is light." Monk Xiaoya's pupils constricted. Then, a series of emotions flashed across her eyes. She was stunned, comprehended, surprised, regretful, sad. In the end, she regained her calmness. Tears appeared in her eyes as she knelt on the ground, lowering her head. "Merciful, unlimited beginning and end. My Buddha has descended. Please protect my Leping world." Along with this sentence, the millions of people below were surprised. They looked into the sky in disgust. It is unlimited beginning and end. The future Buddha actually descended on our Leping world. As expected, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas didn't abandon us. Merciful, saving us from our difficulties. I only hope that the people of Leping world won't have to feel the pain of losing a child. Some people cried out loud. Some people laughed out maniacally. Jingyin chanted the scriptures and slowly felt that something wasn't right. She opened her eyes and looked into the sky. Her expression froze, and only a moment later did she come back to her senses. Why were those two God Realm experts gone? Why was it that Lu Yintian and the others were all trembling? Also, the other God Realm expert in the sky had no blood on his face at all? Unlimited beginning and end? The scenes in front of him were totally different from what was described in the great unlimited blessing scripture. Speaking of which, the person in the sky was the unlimited beginning and end, the future Buddha. Jingyin felt that her throat was dry, and she swallowed her saliva with much difficulty. She remembered that dozens of days ago, she wiped the Buddha's body and even helped him wash that thing. Her face instantly flushed red, and steam rose up from her head. Jingyin didn't dare to think about it, closing her eyes and continuing to chant the scriptures. Lu Wubbing was distracted for a long time, and he came back to his senses. He was helpless as he sighed bitterly and bowed. So, it is the Nirvana Rulai. Today's defeat wasn't because of him. but he had lost everything. If you like this work, you are welcome to come Chidian. Chapter 888. Sitting on the great Sumera glass treasure mountain, Shakyamuni opened his eyes. His eyes, which were originally calm like an ancient well, were now as bright and clear as a diamond. At this moment, what he saw in front of his eyes was a really clear world. There was no pain, no sadness, only joy. Life, old age, sickness, death, hatred, love, not be able to get what one wants, the fiving burning. These are the 8 hardships. This place didn't feel anything at all. This was the solemn and pure land of the Buddhist country that he made when he was confirming the Tao. It caused the people in this world to have no pain and only be able to enjoy all the happiness. This was why it was called the Pure Land. However, at this moment, Shakyamuni's emotions that hadn't fluctuated for many years were hard to control. It also shone on this world, causing the spiritual light to ripple. This world was formed by his wish power, which was why when he was happy or angry, it could respond. Siddhartha, have you sensed it? Along with this voice, a Buddhist light appeared in the great Sumera mountain. Inside was a bright and shining person who looked at Shakyamuni. Then he burst out laughing. That's right. How can you not notice such a commotion? After waiting for so many years, our nirvana rulai, the future unlimited beginning and end Buddha, has finally appeared. It seems like he didn't take the wrong path. He has some attainments in the end and beginning Taos. Less than 10 years have passed since that day. How unbelievable. Shakyamuni nodded his head. But why can I sense the aura of the 3,000 Taos? Like the future Buddha, is the Tao itself? Ambitious isn't that good? The person in the Buddhist light smiled. Only such a person can take charge of our Buddhist faction, to open up a world and create a truly pure and worry-free world. It can also allow us to find a chance to enter the true realm. I am ashamed that my strength isn't enough, and I can only sense that the place where the future Buddha appeared seems to be at the border of this region. Siddhartha, your knowledge is above mine. Do you know the details? Shakyamuni closed his eyes and then hesitated. It should be at Leping World. Weird, this world is 2,000 worlds away from common people's world. Leping World? Oh, is it the world that the Liu family has occupied and has changed its name to Songling World? That person's voice was also slightly surprised. I remember that 3 years ago, we received a decree from the primordial ancient Buddha. He wanted to prove the Brahma Tathagata's position and accumulate power of will. How could there be movement so quickly? The fate of the heavenly Tao was truly difficult to fathom. Could it be that the ancient Buddha had already anticipated this? After a pause, the man continued to ask, Then Siddhartha, do you know who that person is? This time, Shakyamuni shook his head slightly. Motionless Tetagwang, you think too highly of me. If he had such an ability, Shakyamuni would have reached true realm long ago. Most importantly, that person seems to reject our Buddhist sect. Although he had manifested his Dharma form in the form of Nirvana Buddha, he had intentionally isolated himself from the world. Although his cultivation was shallow, he had witnessed the immeasurable beginning and end becoming one with the Tao. Even the ancient Buddha wouldn't be able to predict the details 13,000 worlds away. As expected, Buddha Dingguang smiled silently. There was no worry on his face. Instead, he looked happy. Since he has appeared in Leping World, then it is really easy to find out his identity. Moreover, once he borrows the power of our Buddhist sect, there is cause and effect, there is fate. As for the future, we can't predict it and can only try our best. Even the future Buddha himself probably can't help himself. The motionless light Buddha stopped halfway and looked down in deep thought. Beneath this great Meru mountain were 103,000 Sumera mountains. On each glass treasure mountain, there was a bodhisattva and an arhat. At this moment, they all woke up and pretty much instinctively chanted scriptures together. Future unlimited beginning and end Buddha, please return. Let us be able to break away from sadness and pain and end all worries. witness the lifeless fruit karma, and achieve nirvana. Bursts of Sanskrit chants converged, shaking this pure and peaceful world. It then spread far and wide beyond this world and into the void outside the realm. Buddha Dingguang smiled. It seems like there is no need to investigate. There are many bodhisattvas and arhats under you who are intelligent. It is the fortune of our Buddhist sect. Shakyamuni shook his head. The Leping world matter definitely wasn't so simple. After so many years, Brahma appeared and he couldn't underestimate him. He took out a silver bell and shook it slightly. In the distance, 2 streaks of Buddhist light flew over. In just a moment, they arrived. They were both Buddha venerables who bowed towards the 2 of them. Shakyamuni, are you summoning us for Brahma Rulai? Shakyamuni looked at the 2 of them in front of him. One was Lanka and the other was Miaudi. At the same time, similarly 10,000 worlds away from Songlin, Dragon Shadow, who was sitting quietly in a mysterious void, also opened his eyes. His lips curled up like he was smiling, but not smiling, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Unlimited beginning and end? What is my disciple trying to do? Is he really going to run to the Buddhist faction to become the future Buddha and become the Brahma Rulai? Sigh, at this moment, that peaceful world won't be able to be peaceful anymore. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about it. No matter which path it is, Shou-Er's achievements are above mine. However, now that this matter is true, who knows what the few old men of the Liu family will think? They have waited for thousands of years, the one with the highest chance of succeeding them, the one who surpassed the 3 of them, was poached by the Buddhist faction to become a monk. He was even forced by his own grandson. Then, there will be a good show to watch. Compared to the few End Realm cultivators of the Liu family, Long Ying could be considered a young man. However, although his tone was filled with teasing intent, his eyes were filled with killing intent. A God Realm cultivator actually dared to attack his disciple in such an unrestrained manner. The sky-burning Liu family could act so arrogantly? Oh, merging with the Tao, what ambition! As expected from my disciple, Long Ying. He laughed out loud. Long Ying got up and stepped out of the void. Beginning and end, merging with the Tao. At this moment, the most anxious person was probably that person, right? Since he took in Zhong Shou as a disciple, he really didn't mind for even a moment. If he wanted to ensure the safety of his disciple, he had to make some preparations in advance. Within Sangling World, Tianyan Mountain Peak. So, it is Nirvana Rulai. Liu Wubbing's voice was suppressed by the Sanskrit chants and the chanting of millions of people. However, to the people here, it was an obstacle. Zhong Shou also heard it clearly. His expression didn't change at all. Nirvana Rulai was another name for him in the Buddhist faction. In Sanskrit, the so-called Nirvana Rulai meant the creation of the world. Nirvana Rulai was the Buddha that created the world. Standing on a lotus platform, Zhong Shou was like a god looking down on the world. Coincidentally, he saw the other red-armored god realm, Cultivator Tear, open the void. He took out a shuttle-shaped treasure and was about to head out of this world. Zhong Shou looked expressionlessly at this person and casually flicked his finger. Boundless wish power gathered at the tip of his finger and activated the origin and end power. Black and white intersecting light sped through space and instantly pierced through the body of this person, destroying his soul. Intermediate God Realm? He spat out these words like he was mocking that the 3 people who died in his hands were too weak. However, Zhong Shaoxin's God Realm was in a daze. He remembered that when he was in the Cloud World, he faced that God Realm cultivator from Dowling Vast Habitat. He was in danger and his soul was about to be destroyed. However, at this moment, these 3 experts who could control dozens of planes were so weak in his hands. At this moment, he just needed a thought, and he could totally grasp this power. What was rare was that it wouldn't affect his foundations too much. Samaran was lost, and then he gave out a self-mocking laugh. He struggled out of his hesitation. He thought to himself that this wish god power was really useful. It helped speed up his growth. However, He didn't know what would happen in the future. It was best if he didn't take the risk and just did things step by step. Was he really going to become a Buddhist venerable or a monk? He had to stay far away from it. However, today he had cause and effect with the Buddhist faction. What a headache. He could only hope that in the future, he wouldn't be entangled with him. He looked towards Lu Wushuang, and Zhongsho's eyes turned serious. Victory and defeat between you and me has been decided. Lu Wushuang was speechless. Since things had reached such a stage, what else could he do? With Zhongsho's ability, he was destined to lose from the start. However, he was convinced that he had truly lost to Zhongsho's sword, and not because of this cheat-like Buddhist faction ability. His personality was really firm, and he definitely wouldn't beg for mercy. He could only silently hold a small fragrance bag in his hand. This was given to him by Lu Zi. She spent a full 2 years collecting soft fragrance before making it. Women were just so weird. If she had the time to make such useless things, why not use it on cultivation? However, even if he died, he couldn't forget the weird feeling in his heart when he received this item. From then on, he carried it by his side and never left it. Zhongsho waited quietly. A moment later, he sighed. He waved his sleeves, and Lu Wushuang didn't resist. His body directly turned to dust, and only his soul remained. However, Zhongsho controlled it to enter the netherworld. If I have extra heaven-snatching liquid, I will return it to Zhongsho. I can gather Lu Zi's soul and let her reincarnate. I hope that the two of you can meet in the next life. The moment he said this, the people around didn't think much of it. Lu Wubing's expression changed slightly as he looked at Zhongsho. His eyes flashed with a weird glow. Zhongsho reached out with his hand and grabbed Lu Yintian in his hand. He asked flatly, "Where is the heaven-snatching liquid?" Lu Yintian gave out a sad smile. "Can I die a quick death?" At this moment, he could merge with the strength of a world. However, he knew that in front of Zhongsho, even if he had God realm strength, what could he do? He had already lost all hope of living. Zhongsho shook his head. The Buddhist faction talks about forgiveness. They also say that if you put down your knife, you will become a Buddha. I, Zhongsho, don't think so. If you put down your knife, will you be able to redeem your sins? Lu Yintian laughed coldly when he heard this, and kept his mouth shut. Zhongsho was too lazy to ask, directly using the soul-searching technique to search his memories bit by bit. Just at this moment, Buddhist chants entered his ears. Unlimited beginning and end Buddha, please return. Let us be able to transcend pain and sadness and end all worries. Witness the lifeless fruit karma and achieve nirvana. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Chapter 890. The chanting was endless, vast, and majestic. Who knew how many people were chanting and begging? At the start, Zhongsho was still able to control himself. However, a breath later, his thoughts started to become chaotic. He thought to himself, unlimited beginning and end. Nirvana Rulai didn't seem too bad. So many devout Buddhists were looking forward to it. So how could he let them down? After struggling for a few breaths, Zhongsho bit the tip of his tongue, causing large amounts of blood to explode out in his mouth. A green mirror appeared behind him, shining with a spiritual light that shone into his mind. How noisy! A cold scoff caused the Buddhist chanting to back off. Zhongsho's mind finally regained some clarity. However, he knew that using his spiritual will and the illusionary heart mirror to suppress, it could only help for a short while, and not for long. The chanting was transmitted through the Buddhist power that he used. Unless he kept the Dharma golden body, otherwise he wouldn't be able to totally block it out. Speaking of which, it was best if he solved this matter quickly. Using wish power to search Lu Yintian's memories, his face was ashen white and twisted in pain. A mouthful of white foam seeped out from his mouth. Zhongsho didn't care at all, pretty much slicing Lu Yintian's soul into many small pieces. He didn't let go of any bit of memory. In just a moment, he gained something. Zhongsho's eyes lit up. So he has already gotten his hands on this item and hid it here. Using his palm as a knife, he slashed out. With a loud explosion, The 80,000 feet tall Tianyin Peak was instantly sliced in half by this huge power. Zhongshu reached out, and a bright yellow jade box appeared in his hand. Heaven-snatching liquid was an item that stole the fortune of heaven and earth. The material of the box was also top quality. It was a peak earth-grade spiritual item. Only then could it block and suppress the aura of the heaven-snatching liquid. At this moment, this item was in Zhongshu's hands, but his spiritual sense couldn't sense it. This item is not bad to craft a spiritual artifact for Ruoshui. It can complement the black Xian purple hero iron. 7 drops of heaven-snatching liquid, the same as Lu Yintian's memories. Zhongshu opened the jade box a little. After looking inside, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was pleasantly surprised, but he also felt his scalp go numb. This number was simply too much, far beyond his expectations. If someone were to find out that he had such a thing in his hands, he would definitely be killed. Many people would go crazy over this item. Even a cultivator who had lived for thousands of years couldn't be completely free of attachments. They had to have family and friends. Most of them would have regrets in their lives. Moreover, even if it wasn't for his friends and family, it would be good to prepare a portion for himself in case of an accident. This guy's luck is really not bad. To think that he could even obtain such a rare treasure. Furthermore, there were as many as 7 drops at a time. It's a pity that it's not something that can increase one's cultivation or magic power. In the end, it ended up benefiting me. Zhongshu had already made up his mind to use up more than half of these items in a short period of time. It would be best if everyone knew about it, so that there would be no trouble in the future. At this moment, the chanting became louder once more, shaking his soul ocean void. Zhongshu didn't dare to delay any longer. A vast, true qi mercilessly charged into Lu Tianyin's body. It swept into his limbs and bones, breaking his meridians inch by inch. Then, he casually tossed it in front of Monk Xiaoye. It was best for the people of Heaven Spirit World to deal with this person themselves. Then, he spread out the black hole in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the hundreds of thousands of Tianyin Manor soldiers who were touched by the black shadow would instantly disappear. His body would instantly disappear without a trace. Even if these people didn't consume the Xiantian fire essence marrow, they would be suspected of being accomplices and deserve to die. This Tsangling world's martial strength was weak. With these people here, this world wouldn't be able to break free from the control of the Lu family, and it might be the source of chaos. Zhongshu was indeed delighted today to kill Lu Yintian. However, there is also a chance that the sky-burning Lu family would counterattack. After the matter, Zhongshu could still leave in a carefree manner. However, the people of this world would have to take the blame for him. This was why even if he had to bear the karma and cause and effect, he had to solve this problem. Since he used the wish power of the people here, then he had to bear the wishes of the people here. That deep and profound darkness that couldn't be seen with one's eyes completely covered an area of 1,000 miles. However, it instantly disappeared, causing the heaven and earth to regain its light. The fire cloud was totally gone. Looking out, it was a clear blue sky. The shark snake was still entangled with the blue fire Xian turtle. It wanted to flee, but the turtle and Xiaori worked together to drag it to the spot, unable to break free. Zhongshu slashed out with his sword. On the sword body, there was beginning and end power. He sliced off the head of the shark snake with one sword. Hanshi was waiting at the side, turning into a silver light and charging into the corpse of the snake. He immediately took out a blood-colored pill. Then it turned into a silver cocoon, wrapping the blood pill and its body together. The moment the shark snake died, the murderous aura in this place completely disappeared. It was like the entire heaven and earth had regained its peace. However, at this moment, only half of Tianyin Mountain was left. There was no life left. Xiaoya looked on quietly from below. At this moment, she pressed her palms together. Buddha is merciful. Zhongshu scoffed and looked around. Everything here had been solved. 3 God Realm experts, Lu Yintian and Lu Wushuang, had all died in his hands. Apart from those kids who were sent to the manor who were protected by the Buddhist power he used, no one else was harmed. The entire Tianyin manor was wiped out. Not a single blade of grass was left. Only Lu Wubing was still alive. Thinking back to this person who nearly forced him to the brink and had to borrow the power of the Buddhist faction to turn the situation around, Zhongshou was stunned. Zhongshou instantly frowned and looked towards this person. He also felt weird about why he was the last to think about dealing with this person. Then, his pupils constricted and a sharp glow appeared in his eyes as he stared towards Lu Wubing. "You dare to bewitch my mind?" He was a nine-tailed sky fox. His illusionary bloodline was top in the world. He also had the illusionary heart mirror in his hand, which could keep his mind clear at all times. Although this celestial artifact consumed lifespan, he didn't use it often and didn't like to use illusionary techniques. However, in this world, there were very few illusionary techniques that could bewitch him. However, just now, this person used some kind of power to make him instinctively ignore it. This was why this person was able to maintain it until now before his voice rang out. However, it also caused his killing intent to become stronger. "Ruler, please slow down." He seemed to be able to see that Zhongshou was about to attack. Lu Wubing's expression was calm as he bowed from afar. "Within my Lu family, apart from the sky-burning blood, there are also some mixed bloodlines. Within the legacy, there are many secret techniques that allow the family members to save their lives. Lu Wubing is good at this." Zhongshou's brow rose up. This explanation did make sense. Actually, if he didn't use a large portion of his mind to go against the Buddhist sound, he wouldn't have been taken advantage of. However, why did this person say such words? Did he want to beg for mercy and ask him to let him live? If that was the case, then it was really weird. With this person's intelligence, he knew that Zhongshou definitely wouldn't be moved by normal words. He also didn't have any reason to let this person live. In his eyes, this person was even harder to deal with than Lu Wushuang. If he let him live, wouldn't that be the same as letting a tiger return to the mountain and making a huge enemy for himself? Lu Wubing's words continued, and he took out a purple gold talisman from his sleeves. "Before I speak, I will let your highness know. I am lucky today and have a way to escape. This talisman was something I spent a lot of effort to get from Yinyuan Saint Venerable 10 years ago. It also has the ability to teleport through the void." Zhongshou was stunned and took a close look. The so-called Yinyuan Saint Venerable was one of the 3 end realm experts of the Lu family and was the oldest one. He could be considered the true ancestor of the sky-burning Lu family. He also had memories of this talisman in his legacy. It was called the Yinyuan Space Flame Talisman. Intense flames burning the sky, flames burning the worlds. It could indeed teleport through space like the Great Void teleportation technique. However, it could only teleport to one place, which was the Lu family sky-burning Saint Dynasty. Within the Saint Dynasty, there was a flame that wasn't extinguished all year round. It burned the void and could pass through many worlds. This Yinyuan empty flame talisman used the power of this flame to reach the effect of the Great Void teleportation technique. Who knows how many people from the sky-burning Lu family relied on this flame to escape from dangerous situations. However, even Yinyuan Saint Venerable was only able to craft 10 of them in 100 years. Although his master Long Ing was Saint Realm, he definitely couldn't craft such a talisman that could instantly teleport through the worlds. Even if he himself could barely do it, Lu Wushuang was one of the Lu family princes who had the highest chance of becoming the Saint Lands, but he didn't have such an item to protect him. However, Lu Wubing managed to obtain one. This made Zhongshou more and more interested in this person. However, today, Zhongshou really couldn't do anything to this person. Thinking about it, Zhongshou dissipated the wish power. He kept the Dharma and returned to his physical body. This person's threat to him wasn't because of his combat strength. If he used the unlimited beginning and end Buddha Dharma, he could suppress this person with a flick of his finger. However, if he used his own strength, the outcome wouldn't be much different. His soul returned to his body and dissipated the wish power. As expected, Zhongshou felt much more relaxed. The endless Sanskrit chanting slowly faded, and it wasn't enough to shake his heart. Zhongsho's eyes focused on Lu Wubing once more, and he waited for him to continue. Since he had such a talisman, why didn't he leave this place? He definitely had a plan. Lu Wubing smiled helplessly. However, after thinking about it, it is best if I don't use this talisman. Oh! Zhongsho waved his hand and kept the 37 swords along with the Star Dao seed. At this moment, he was still going through the tribulation. Red flames wrapped around his body, but they couldn't harm his body at all. What does this have to do with me? If this person really wasn't willing to use it, he didn't mind killing him with one sword to end all future problems. Lu Wubing seemed to have expected it and wasn't dejected. I have been serving Shuanya country ruler, and because I am smart, I have gained his recognition. Chapter 891. I have always served Shuanya country ruler, and, as I am smart, he appreciated me. I was sent under young Master Wushuang to help him fight for the Saint Emperor position. However, today, not only did young Master Wushuang die, but the few God Realm helpers under the country ruler also died because of me. I really don't dare to imagine what will happen to me when I return to the Saint Dynasty. Lu Wubing's expression was really calm from start to finish. It was as if what he was saying and the predicament he was facing had nothing to do with him at all. Country ruler Shuanya is really magnanimous. However, my mistake is too huge. Although I won't die, I will be heavily punished. After that, he became idle and became a cripple. That was to be expected. Zhongsho listened on quietly and didn't say a word. He didn't need to care about what happened to this person and didn't need to bother. Then he heard Lu Wubing say, "Hence, I would like to ask ruler to take me in. For now on, I will serve young master." Oh! Only then did Zhongsho's brows rise up, finally revealing a surprised expression. Take him in and serve him? In other words, this person wanted to serve him? This person was really interesting. Did he want to use such a method to save his life? Thinking about it, Zhongsho shook his head. I don't lack people here. However, you really have a wild imagination. How can you say that I have a wild imagination? Lu Wubing smiled. In the past, I was loyal to the master. Since I am young Master Wushuang's servant, I should have tried my best to help him plan to wipe out his enemies. Even if I used those methods, it was expected. I think young master wouldn't have such magnanimity, right? Do you really want to get rid of me? Zhongsho kept silent and didn't speak. Those words were true. Speaking of which, it made him seem petty and unforgiving. Lu Wubing continued. However, now that young Master Wushuang is dead, I have never betrayed my loyalty as a master. A good bird chooses a tree to nest in. Since the master isn't here, why can't I choose another master? In Wu Bing's eyes, young master was far more worthy of assistance than young Master Wushuang. If young master wants to fight, then the next sky-burning Saint Emperor will be yours. Zhongsho broke into a laugh and shook his head. Lu family sky-burning Saint Emperor? I don't have such intentions. If you want to rely on me to get some benefits from the Lu family, you will be disappointed. Fangzhou was like that, and this person. It is okay if you don't fight. Lu Wubing scoffed. Lu Wubing Wushuang, although the Lu family have many restrictions. Jun Shang not getting involved in this quagmire is the wisest decision. However, looking at young master, after Chinkan Mountain stabilized, he couldn't wait to conquer the outer region. His plans wouldn't be limited to the cloud world. Young Lord has many good generals, but he lacks strategists. Lu Wubing wasn't talented, but he was confident that his ability to strategize was superior to ordinary people. Maybe it will be of some help to ruler's foundations. Zhongsho was slightly moved. His heart relaxed as he looked closely at this person. For him to say such words, he definitely had a deep understanding of his current situation. He hesitated for a moment, and the killing intent receded a little. Lu Wubing also sensed it, looking deeply at Zhongsho. To me, if young master isn't willing to join the Lu family, then all the more you need me to help you. I have served Shuanya country ruler for 60 years and have traveled all around. He was confident that he had a clear understanding of the various powers in this region. I'm also good at the formation Dao, especially the space-time Dao. With my strength, there should be few opponents in the celestial realm. If ruler wants to save Princess Han Yen, I can help. I can also help. I know the 9 extreme death prison like the back of my hand. Like the back of your hand? If what he said before only made Zhong Shou feel a little tempted. However, this last sentence hit him right in his weak spot. The 9 extreme death jail was something that even Sangyan Hall head Fangjue didn't know about. How would Lu Wubbing dare to say that he knew the Lu family death jail like the back of his hand? Young master probably doesn't know that I came out from the 9 extreme death jail. My parents were punished for their crimes and sent to the 9 extreme death jail. Only then did I come into existence. 60 years ago, my parents died one after the other because of the death penalty. Someone was merciful and allowed me to escape from the jail. He was obviously talking about a tragic matter, but Lu Wubbing was really casual. His lips curled up with a mocking expression. What a joke. That person saved me just to continue torturing me, the son of an old friend. He didn't want me to die too early. We are from the same race, but his methods are much crueler than outsiders. Hey, ruler probably isn't willing to listen to such dirty matters. However, apart from the few saint venerables of my Lu family, no one can compare to me regarding the situation within the jail. Other people would definitely say that once one enters the 9 extreme death jail, one won't be able to come out, right? However, based on what I know, there are at least 2 people who escaped from the jail. 2 people? Samurai's eyes flashed. With end realm spiritual sense protecting, how could one escape from the 9 extreme death jail? Was Lu Wubbing's words true or false? After Lu Wubbing said this, he didn't say anything else. Zhong Shou was also unable to deduce what his intentions were. Thinking about it for a moment, he asked, "How can I believe you?" The most important thing was still this matter. After all, he was Shuanya country ruler's subject and Lu Wushuang's subordinate. It was really tough to believe that Lu Wubbing was so loyal to him. No matter how magnanimous Zhong Shou was, he had to be really careful about this matter. There was also another meaning to his words. He really didn't know whether or not Lu Wubbing was bluffing him or whether or not it was true. If he listened to him and headed over, he would be trapped in the jail instead. If that was the case, then Zhong Shou would be really dumb. There are very few people who know about this matter, but there are records to be found. However, the race was worried that it would affect the Saint Venerable's face, which was why they locked down the news. Speaking of which, the 2 of them died, but I was fortunate enough to witness how they escaped. Lu Wubbing said and paused. As for me, I want to say that time will reveal a person's heart. Young master definitely won't believe me. At this moment, I have no way to gain your trust. However, what good is there for me to be disloyal to you? I only want power and influence in my life. Apart from you, who else in the sky-burning Lu family can give me that? Zhong Shou was stunned, and then he laughed. He thought that this person would use a soul oath or something. However, the last sentence was truly out of his expectations. Seeking power and influence? Lu Wubbing was really honest. Shaking his head, Zhong Shou's last bit of hesitation disappeared. Although he didn't fully believe it in his heart, since he took this person in, it was okay to take a look. As for the 9 extreme death jail, even if Lu Wubbing didn't say those words, he had to take a look. Since Fangjue mentioned that his father was there, and when he found traces of him, he had already made up his mind. However, due to his lack of strength, he wasn't able to make the trip. Chapter 892. Who knows what Zhong Weiron's situation was like? Could it be that he was also trapped in a 9 extreme death jail? That would be embarrassing. The next time he saw him, he would mock him. Also, his mother, Princess Han Yen. Could she survive in the 9 extreme death jail? His son was really incompetent. His mother's life should have been filled with riches and honor. However, because of him, she was trapped in the death jail for 20 years. Who knew how much she had suffered? Zhong Shou was startled. Lu Wubbing's words stirred up numerous chaotic thoughts in his mind. Moments later, he came back to his senses and waved his sleeves. Let's talk about these things in the future. At the same time, he tossed aside all those eager thoughts. Sho's body landed from the sky beside Jingyin. This girl seemed like she still hadn't come back to her senses from today's events. She was still in a daze, instinctively chanting the great unlimited grace prayer scripture. When she noticed Sho's arrival, she panicked, feeling like she didn't even know where to place her hands. This was their Buddha. Unlimited beginning and end, Nirvana Rulai. The future Buddha, the person who could truly create nirvana. Moments later, she remembered that she needed to bow. However, she looked towards Sho, that smile that didn't look like smile. He stood in the air with his arms behind his back, giving off a majestic aura, like he was looking down on the mortal world. For some reason, she thought back to those few days when she wiped Sho's body. Jingyin's lips couldn't help but curl up. She thought to herself that she had seen everything and he was still acting cool now. Actually, the Buddha was just... The moment such a thought rose up, she was frightened. Her expression became solemn, and she lowered her head. She prayed in her heart that it was best if the Buddha didn't hear her. Sho didn't know what Jingyin was thinking about. At this moment, he felt a headache. Although the battle today was satisfying, it was also because of this that there were many problems. If it was limited to the Buddhist faction, then it was okay. At most, he would just act shamelessly. Could those Buddhist ancestors force him? However, Sho did not expect that the other forces would not know about such a huge commotion. Lu Wushuang of the Lu clan had also perished. Who knows how the Xuanya country ruler would take revenge for losing such an important chess piece. If they lost Songling World, then the sky-burning Saint Dynasty wouldn't let the matter rest and would definitely go to war. Fortunately, he still had a glimmer of hope here. Nun Jingyin, do you remember what you promised me? After this matter is over, you have to do one thing for me with all your sincerity. You won't go back on your word? Jingyin raised her head in surprise and looked at Sho. According to the Buddhist scriptures, the future Brahma Buddha would have the power of omniscience and omnipotence. Even if he couldn't do it now, he still possessed boundless might and power. Just now, she had seen with her own eyes that in the blink of an eye, someone who was countless times stronger than Lu Yantian was directly turned into ashes. What need would such a person have for him? Although she found it strange, Jingyin still shook her head, indicating that she still remembered. It is good that you remember. Then, recite along with me. Remember that you need to go all out and not have any random thoughts. Sho nodded his head in satisfaction and then said, I hope that everyone will forget about what happened here today. I hope that no one will know about the beginning and end Buddha today. Forget? No one can know about it. Jingyin found it weird. Why do you have to do that? However, she thought back to what Sho said. Focus fully and don't have any random thoughts. He hurriedly suppressed all these thoughts. Her expression was solemn as she repeated what Sho said. At the start, she only felt a little weird. Then, Jingyin's face showed a weird expression. Her mind couldn't be as clear as it could be. I hope that the Buddhist faction Lu family doesn't find trouble with Sho. I hope that Iranyao, and Ruoshue. He omitted dozens of names in the middle and only ended after a long while. To live a peaceful life with no worries. He continued, the heavens bless Sho and let him become a saint. Unify this region and last for thousands of years. Those who offend Sho will all die. Those who hate Shoshin will have their mouth stuffed when they drink water. If they fall in 10 steps, they will be possessed by the god of misfortune. Jingyin couldn't continue. She opened her eyes and stared viciously at Sho. Why did she feel like this fellow was praying to her like a Buddha? Sho laughed and touched his nose. Finally, he kept his mouth shut. As expected, the words behind were a little too much. Of course, it was because Jingyin couldn't focus fully. However, he also felt that the prophecy ability had little to no effect on cause and effect and fate. However, when he said the first two sentences, he truly felt that there were some changes in Songling World. It wasn't the interference of cause and effect and fate, but the knowledge barrier. To disturb the knowledge barrier such that no one knew about this period of time. At this moment, even he, the person involved, was confused when he thought back to it. He was in a daze like he had experienced it before, but also like he didn't. Even he felt the same way. Moreover, there were millions of people at the foot of the mountain. One could imagine what would happen if someone came to this world to find out the details. They wouldn't be able to see and wouldn't be able to know. This was the power of prophecy. It really wasn't a normal kind of weird. It was more like a pervert. However, he felt his heart relax. A smile appeared on Zhongsho's face once more. Originally, he only had a little bit of hope. If it didn't work, then he would have to face the various consequences. He really didn't expect that this woman's prophecy ability would be so strong. Speaking of which, no matter what, he had to bring this nun by his side. This woman's prophecy could affect the knowledge barrier. However, those people still needed to go back to the source and directly break through the knowledge barrier from the root. Out of everyone here, the only one who noticed was Lu Wubbing. He looked at Jingyin in shock. He was also shocked by her ability. The Songling world matter was over. Zhongsho grabbed with his hand and kept Hanshi's silver cocoon into his sleeves, just as he was about to keep Xiaori and the blue fire Xian turtle. Lu Wubbing asked, "Ruler's protector spirit beast is the Saint Beast Qilin. You recognize it?" Samarim glanced at him and then nodded his head. "It is the Saint Beast Qilin." Xiaoya and Jingyin both didn't know how weird it was. Only Lu Wubbing's eyes were filled with waves that didn't calm down for a long time. Saint Beast Qilin, energy-eating beast, it often accompanied saints. Zhongsho cared about it, and then said to Xiaoya, "I will have to trouble you to deal with the aftermath." Xiaoya bowed. "I will follow the future Buddha's orders." "Future Buddha?" Zhongsho laughed and smashed the barrier with one step, stepping out of Songling world. Jingyin wanted to bow, but in the next moment, she was swept up by a power. Her eyes blurred, and she noticed that the scenery in front of her had changed. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see clearly. However, she could feel that there were numerous violent and dangerous powers around that could easily rip her to shreds. However, there was also a power protecting her, such that she wasn't smashed to pieces. Another wave of warm, true power rushed in her body, and her eyes and ears could finally hear and see. He stood still in the outer region void. Zhongsho looked towards where he came from with a complicated expression, where Songling world was. "Ruler, are you worried that the Lu family people will take revenge on this world?" Since he knew that Zhongsho had no intention of returning to the sky-burning race, Lu Wubbing stopped calling him young master and directly called him ruler. Zhongsho's brow rose up when he heard that and turned around. Then, "In your eyes, is there a possibility?" Lu Wubbing didn't directly reply. Instead, he took in a deep breath. "I think that this knowledge barrier can only last for 3 years. If Master Jingyin's cultivation is enough, it can last even longer. However, at most, it won't exceed 8 years. Zhongsho listened on quietly and nodded his head to express his agreement. He also made such a judgment. Moreover, the time would be even shorter. He glanced at Jingyin and sighed in his heart. If he wanted it to last longer, he would need to let this nun enter the spirit realm in just a few short years. Shuanya country ruler isn't bloodthirsty and only cares about benefits. If he knows about the Songling world matter, he will most probably use the believers of ruler to threaten him. Moreover, after the sky-burning Saint dynasty takes control of this world, who knows what kind of people they will send to take charge of this world. If they're kind people, it will be the blessing of this world. However, if they're the same as Lu Yintian, the people of this world will suffer even more. His words didn't mention the possibility of defending Songling world. Jingyin listened on from the side, and her heart jumped. Only now did she know that although Zhongsho wiped out the Tianyan Manor today, everything wasn't over. If things went wrong, the situation would only get worse. Zhongsho's brow was tightly furrowed. What Lu Wubbing said was what he was worried about. However, it isn't like there is no way to solve it. Lu Wubbing was expressionless, like he didn't notice the gazes of the two people beside him. If I am right, within 3 to 5 days, the Buddhist faction will send people over. If they plan well, the deaths of young Master Wu Shuang and Lu Yintian can be easily blamed on the Buddhist faction. Zhong Shou couldn't help but feel delighted. This method was great. Thinking about it, didn't his actions in Songling world take the blame for the Buddhist faction? It was expected for these bodhisattvas and Buddhas to take the blame for him. Jingyin couldn't take it and stared furiously at Lu Wubing. This method can delay for a few years, Lu Wubing continued. As for the people of this world, ruler can let people from Songyan Hall take over. Songyan Hall? Zhong Shou was startled when he heard this and looked coldly at Lu Wubing. The latter smiled helplessly and explained, Lu Yintian couldn't beat the Buddhist faction and died. Songyan God Hall heard the news and retreated, taking over this world. With that, the Lu family sky-burning Saint dynasty won't have a reason to interfere. Hall head Fangjue will have enough say in the choice of the next Songling world head. If ruler believes me, I have a good friend in the family who can take over this world. It might not make the people here better, but it wouldn't make them worse either. He shook his head. It isn't that Wubing wants to drag ruler into the Lu family's Saint Emperor battle. This plan is the only one that is perfect. Ruler, please think about it. Zhong Shou's expression relaxed, but he felt really troubled. Ask Fangjue to help. Chapter 893. Zhong Shou's feelings toward this Songyan Hall head were really complicated. He didn't hate him, but he was wary of him. If he begged him now, he would feel like he was walking right into a trap. People like Fangjue and Lu Wubing were all cunning and scheming. They all had their own desires, and one couldn't guess what they were thinking. When dealing with them, one had to be really alert in case one fell into a trap. However, thinking about it, apart from this plan, there was no other way. As for what Lu Wubing said about recommending someone to be the Songling World Master, Zhong Shou didn't suspect anything. Anyways, he couldn't defend this world, and neither could the Buddhist faction. As for Songyan Hall, although it was one of the 6 saint halls that control the outer sect of the Lu family. However, the current Fangjue had just taken over for a few years and couldn't even take care of himself. He probably wouldn't be able to find a suitable person to take over. Even if Lu Wubing really had other thoughts, as long as the next world master didn't have his Xiantian fire essence marrow stolen, Zhong Shou would be satisfied. Forget it. Let's do as you wish. Yu shook his head helplessly and chose to compromise. In the end, he could not ask about the future situation of Songling World. This was also his promise to Jingyin, such that all the women in Songling World wouldn't have to feel the pain of losing a child because of the Xiantian fire essence marrow. Helplessly, he could only do this, and Fangjue won. However, he had no way to contact Fangjue. Instead, it was Lu Wubing who smiled. A ball of purple flame ignited in his hand. It flickered and then disappeared without a trace. Lu Wubing's face was devoid of blood. After a moment, he opened his mouth. Within half a day, the news will spread to the Songyan Hall. Zhong Shou's pupils constricted. The Lu family legacy he got was incomplete. However, he recognized this messaging technique. It was said that within 3 days, one could send a thought to any corner of the millions of worlds in this region. However, to use this technique, not only did one have to have the sky-burning flame, but one also had to be skilled. One also had to have a deep grasp of the space Tao. However, this person's Tao isn't space, universe, etc. If he was not mistaken, it should be the great Tao of fissures. If you can cultivate it to the extreme, you'll be truly fearsome. Gap. Everything had a gap in it. It was also because he grasped the void Tao that Lu Wubing was able to grasp the Great Void Teleportation Curse, as well as the Lu family's messaging technique with his celestial realm body. As this thought flashed through his mind, Zhong Shou couldn't help but think of Zhang Huai. Before he left the cloud world, Zhang Huai was only at the spirit realm. However, this person's Tao had already been decided at that time, and it was the word measure. It could measure the heavens and the earth, and it could measure everything in the world. Not only were the two of them equally intelligent, but their cultivation levels were also similar. They both had endless potential. Even after reaching the extreme, it was still terrifying. If what Lu Wubing said before is true, then we will have a chance. In that case, this person's Tao was most likely related to his encounters. In the 9 extreme death jail, There's not a single moment when you don't want to escape. Samuraim's eyes flashed, and then he smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Lu. Then he asked, we can't stay in this Songling world for long. What can Brother Lu teach me? Ruler can directly call me by my name. Lu Wushuang took in a deep breath and continued. Logically speaking, you should return to Yuanren world now. However, based on what I know, Hong Jiuqin and the Celestial Order aren't happy with the Yuanren world. Zhongshou looked at this person with a weird expression and knew that he hadn't finished. Next was the main topic. As expected, Lu Wushuang said, all along, when conquering outer regions, we had to use the excuse of righteousness. We wouldn't be able to win the heart of the army, but also cause other powers to worry. Especially since Ruler came from the cloud world. All the more you need to do that. You need to be careful and not let outer region end realm experts have a reason to interfere. At this moment, if you want to swallow up the entire Yuanren world and even expand, then you just need to choose a place to cultivate for 4 to 5 months, controlling the Yuanren world in the dark, preparing troops, and waiting for these people to attack. If you don't have such intentions, then you need to return quickly to warn these people. Excuse. Zhongshou's brow rose up, his eyes filled with confusion. I heard that Judu Xianing has at least 7 Saint Realm experts. At this moment, there are no internal problems and no external restrictions. It is at its peak. Around the cloud world, the various cultivator powers all had their own problems. Only this Judu Xianing could expand without any worries. To be able to chase Hong Jiuqin out of the Yuanren world was already really tough. At this moment, hearing Lu Wubing's words, he actually wanted to use Hong Jiuqin's matter to cause problems for Judu Xianting. Judu Xianting indeed can't be offended. Lu Wubing smiled, filled with a cold, mocking intent. However, when one reaches the peak, one will definitely fall. I coincidentally found out about this matter and predicted that half a year later, Judu Xianing will definitely face huge problems. Even if they are lucky enough to avoid it, I have the ability to cause them to be unable to take care of themselves. I also know that Judu Xianing has 3 newly obtained medium-sized worlds that are suitable for Ruler to conquer. They aren't far away, and once you can set up world gates, they can be connected together no weaker than large worlds. You won't be afraid of Judu Xianing fighting back. Hearing this person speak, Zhongshou's tightly frowned brows slowly relaxed. However, he didn't agree or disagree. Whether or not it was as Lu Wubing said, he had to investigate before he knew. He wouldn't easily believe it and wouldn't cause problems for Judu Xianing. However, looking at what this person said, it seemed like he was really familiar with the outer region world situation. At this moment, although he occupied half of Yuanren world, he had no idea what to do next and where to start. If this Lu Wubing was really willing to help him, then it would be a joyous matter. He would have one more right and left arm by his side. This person's words were only suitable for him to bait Hong Jiuqin and the others. Using this chance, he might be able to swallow up Yuanren world. In other words, in this short period of time, he wouldn't be able to return to Yuanren world. Since that was the case, Zhongshou's eyes constricted. Where is that 9 extreme death jail? How did the 2 people you mentioned escape? Lu Wubing was startled, and then he frowned. Every 100 years, the 9 extreme death jail will shift its position in a small area. His current position wasn't far from the cloud world, roughly 500 worlds away, and he could reach it in a month. This is also the reason why Hall head Fang Jue abandoned the stronger Xian Hall and became the Canyan Hall head. That person's plan to escape is this 100 years of shift. Not only will the formation of the 9 extreme death jail have many weaknesses because of this, even a 9 extreme world barrier will have some holes appear. Even a Saint Venerable won't be able to take care of everything. After saying all this, Lu Wubing shook his head. I think that it is still too early for Ruler to search for Princess Hanyin now. Not to mention that Ruler isn't strong enough now. The 100 years of shift is also far from here. 50 years ago, the 9 extreme death jail had already shifted once. The next time, it will be 50 years later. To us cultivators, it is just the blink of an eye. Ruler, please bear with it. Zhongshou kept silent. 50 years? Blink of an eye? That was not bad. However, his heart was filled with anxiousness, and he felt like he couldn't bear with it for even a moment. The moment he thought back to the woman who gave birth to him, she was suffering in the 9 extreme death jail. He felt like the depths of his soul were trembling. If he could bear with it for 50 years, then could his mother bear with it? He scoffed, and Zhongsho clenched his fist tightly. He looked coldly opposite, but Lu Wubbing didn't say anything. He lowered his body and didn't even make eye contact with him. Zhongsho was helpless. Just as he was about to put down this matter, a spiritual light flashed in his mind, and he had an idea. Wubbing, how are you going to escape from the 9 extreme death jail? Are you going to wait for 100 years? Lu Wubbing's expression instantly changed and turned ashen white. He still didn't speak until Zhongsho's gaze became sharper and sharper, and his intent turned cold. Only then did he open his mouth helplessly. I do have a plan, but it is too risky, and I don't dare to tell Ruler. The best plan is to have at least 1/2 a step end realm venerable follow to receive me outside of the 9 extreme death jail. Unless Ruler lets me see a chance of success, I won't say it. Even if you want to enter the 9 extreme death jail, please allow me to follow you. His tone was really firm, like he wasn't going to allow Zhongsho to have any room to discuss and force him. Zhongsho was deep in thought. 1/2 a step end realm? He recognized a few of them. His senior brother Wei, Su, was one of them. However, at this moment, he was hiding somewhere and trying to advance to end realm. His senior brother's Dao was also related to the sun. It clashed with the Buddhist faction's Dari Rolai. However, Zhongsho felt that Wei Su's foundations wouldn't be so simple. There was also that ice hornless dragon. However, at this moment, it was taking care of Ao Kun, and he couldn't contact it. Within Tsang Xingdao, there were dozens of Saint Realm venerables, and many of them had reached the peak. However, apart from Wei Su, there wasn't a single 1/2 a step end realm. His master Long Ying was in secluded meditation. Within 50 years, if he could not disturb him, it would be best if he didn't disturb him. Next would be the other end realm within Tsang Xingdao that he recognized, his senior master Yuanjing. Thinking about this, he had already made up his mind to head to the 9 extreme death region to take a look. Whether or not he would enter would depend on the situation. He had an idea and thought back to the 7 drops of heaven-snatching liquid in his arms. Speaking of 1/2 a step end realm, there was one more person in the sect. However, this person was nowhere to be found. Although his name was still in the Mysterious Life Golden Book, he only had a thread of life left. The person who failed to cross the end realm tribulation and died, his master in name, Lin Xuanxuan. The heaven-snatching liquid could only be used on God realm and below. However, if it was used along with the Mysterious Life Golden Book, along with other methods, maybe even without an end realm venerables helping, they could revive him. Zhongsho couldn't help but smile. It seemed like the most important thing now was to return to the Cloud World. That Taoist faction only said that they wouldn't allow him to return to the Cloud World within 20 years. Common people's vast habitat shouldn't be an exception. Chapter 894. Be it to ask Yuanjing to help him or for the treasure in his hand that could revive the dead, he had to return to the common people's vast habitat. After making up his mind, Zhongsho started to organize what he had obtained in Songling World. When he used the unlimited beginning and end Dharma to kill those 3 God Realm experts, his black hole had already taken out the items of the 3 of them without anyone noticing. Making use of the endless darkness and unlimited light covering the sky, he also swept the entire treasury of the Tianyin Manor clean. Just like that, he didn't lose the aura of the Buddhist ancestor and was also able to obtain all sorts of benefits in his hands. Even the mighty Buddha still needed to eat and drink. After stepping into the celestial realm, his spiritual sense increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, with just a simple sweep, he understood all his gains. Not counting mind stones, just low-grade celestial crystals alone, there were thousands of them. There were also all kinds of miscellaneous items that he could use and didn't use. It was a dazzling array. Just celestial artifacts alone, there were 4. As for Earth-grade spiritual items, there were 34 of them. There were a total of 60 bottles of spiritual pills. Zhongsho didn't take a close look and didn't know their specific uses. However, Zhongsho just looked at the quality and spiritual energy and knew that at least 4 of them were celestial pills. As expected, the wealth of the Liu family isn't just for show. Just 3 God Realm experts. No wonder the Liu family wasn't interested in the cloud world. Their Daos weren't compatible, and they didn't need that heaven-opening treasure. It was also because they were rich in resources and didn't want to get involved in this mess. Some of them are useless to me. Coincidentally, apart from these 7 drops of heaven-snatching liquid, I also need a few spiritual items which I can exchange for at the various markets. I can exchange for other benefits from Tsang Xingdao. With the mysterious life golden book and heaven-snatching liquid, it was actually enough. What was left were just supporting materials. Actually, Tsang Xingdao had been accumulating for 10,000 years. What kind of spiritual materials did he not have? However, now that he had gathered all the materials, wouldn't Senior Marshal Brother Wei, Su, and Marshal Aunt Yuanjing be too embarrassed to refuse? After accepting it, he naturally had to give it some benefits. It just so happened that he was quite interested in the dozen or so sect-guarding artifacts stored in the ancestral hall of the sect. In addition to the heavenly essence life creation pills from before, Zhongsho really contributed a lot to Tsang Xingdao. Senior Brother Wei, Su shouldn't have any reason to refuse. Just in terms of the gains in Tsangling world, this time was indeed extremely rich. Merely 7 drops of heaven-seizing liquid, yet every single drop was comparable to a mid-grade immortal artifact, and it was priceless. However, Zhongsho could not bring himself to laugh. This was even more so when one was meditating. The golden pellet in his body was still okay. Apart from being more round and clear, there were more Tao talismans and martial path true intent gathered within. It wasn't much different from normal martial cultivators. However, the Dharma idol in his soul was completely different from what he had originally imagined. At this moment, a person stood in the soul ocean. His hands held the beginning and end. At the center of his brows, there was an incomplete Tao word rune. It was deep and mysterious, but it didn't lose its sense of beauty. All of this was normal. However, beneath his feet, the 7-colored lotus platform formed from wishes didn't dissipate. Instead, it was even more dazzling and seemed really noble. Within the lotus platform, there were many pure and flawless relics formed, like many lotus seeds. This was the outcome of forcefully using the Buddhist power of wishes when he was going through the red flame God tribulation and forming the Dharma. At this moment, the lotus platform and his soul were connected to one body and couldn't be chased away. Who knows if it was a blessing or a curse? What kind of repercussions would there be in the future? Speaking of which, the main culprit was Liu Wubbing beside him. Zhongsho sighed, casually flipping his hand and taking out 2 spiritual items. One was a pearl the size of half a palm. It was transparent like a bubble. Inside, one could see that it was a beautiful palace. One could actually see many small people walking about. Some were cultivating, some were talking, some were busy doing all sorts of chores. If one could magnify it 100 times, then it would look no different from the real world. However, Zhongsho knew that this was the real world. This was one of the 4 celestial artifacts, and it was also a rare space treasure. He remembered that not long ago, he was still envious of the Wuxian celestial palace in Hong Jiuchen's hands. Who knew that just a few months later, he would have one in his hands. The person within should be one of the 3 God Realm servants. At this moment, he still didn't know that Zhongsho had died. He injected his spiritual sense in, using the thick wish power of this place. Easily, Zhongsho wiped out the spiritual sense of the previous master within the celestial artifact. Then, he engraved his divine soul imprint into it. He saw that within the bubble, the archway in front of the palace started to burn. Moments later, when the flames extinguished, the words on the archway disappeared and turned white. Zhongsho was startled and then smiled. "I shall call you Jun Tian, Celestial Manor." As expected, A spiritual light shone on the archway, and the words Jun Tian appeared. Zhongsho then looked at another item. It was a wooden boat. When he held it in his hand, it was like a miniature model that was carved out. However, it was also a celestial artifact, a flying treasure similar to the Royal Demon God Shuttle. The Royal Demon God Shuttle was destroyed. Zhongsho lacked something that could allow him to travel through worlds and the void. What he was interested in was the shuttle that the person who died in the end used, who knew that the few of them had better spiritual treasures with them. He also wiped away the spiritual sense restrictions, but this celestial artifact needed a blood sacrifice. Zhongsho forced out 3 drops of essence blood and injected it in. He then used a sky-burning flame to burn it for half a day. Only then did this item shine with a spiritual light. It could be considered that he had refined it properly. This treasure was already famous within the artifact formation. It was called the Extreme Light Adversity Crossing Boat. Zhongsho tried it, and his face was filled with joy. With his spiritual sense, he was actually barely able to control it. He smiled. "The 2 of you can enter. We can't stay here for long. It is best if we leave early. With this boat, we can reach the cloud world in 10 days. Lu Wubbing nodded his head, turning into a streak of light and entering the boat. Jingyin was startled. Her tender finger pointed at her nose. "Do I have to go too?" She had already predicted it and was crying in her heart. She had never thought about leaving Songling World. She was also planning to spend the rest of her life in Shueiyuan Nunnery. When Zhongsho heard this, he laughed weirdly. "You nun, don't you know? Didn't you say that if I descend into Songling World and save you, you will serve me for the rest of your life? Are you going to regret it?" After he said this, he didn't wait for Jingyin to speak. Zhongsho directly used his spiritual sense to toss Jingyin into the boat. Then, with a thought, he drove the boat, disappearing from the spot with a flash. Chapter 895. For days later, he was still outside of Songling World. A skinny figure stepped into the void boundary river. He wore a green monk robe and stood barefooted. He looked really beautiful and gave off an otherworldly aura. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with confusion. He was looking in a sky flame world. However, what he saw was a chaotic scene. He used the time rewind technique to look at the past. However, he didn't get anything. Even if he saw something, it was really blurry. He was also unable to remember anything and was unable to deduce what had happened here. It should be the knowledge barrier. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. What followed was an equally extraordinary figure. He was also dressed in a robe, but his aura was really majestic and magnanimous. I went to Shueiyuan Temple, and it was the same. I couldn't see and couldn't know. In the end, I didn't get anything. On the other hand, Monk Xiaoya learned the secrets of our Buddhist faction. In the future, she will definitely become an arhat. After this matter ends, I want to bring her into Pure Land. The monk's brow rose up when he heard this. He turned around and looked at the person behind him, smiling bitterly. Senior Brother Lanka, it is more important to find where the future Buddha is. No matter what, we can confirm that the unlimited beginning and end has appeared in this world. However, that person isn't willing to come into contact with us, so what can we do? He paused. The Miao Di Buddha hesitated slightly and then opened his mouth. Looking at the technique, it should be using the power of prophecy to interfere with the knowledge barrier. There should be a Saint Realm expert helping the future Buddha to cover up this matter. Such methods are similar to Junior Sister. Jingyin Buddha? Lanka was stunned and then hesitantly opened his mouth. It is really similar. However, his junior sister had already reincarnated 600 years ago. She swore to go through 100 lifetimes and go through all the trials and tribulations of all living beings. She shouldn't be able to form her karma so quickly. However, what if she forms her ability? I have calculated that at this time, junior sister should be able to form her ability. The Miao Di Buddha smiled and was really bright. Junior sister's Tao is the prophecy word. It can be used to see 3,000 years, and it can also be used to plan future events. Among all of us, his dermic powers are second only to the 3 Buddhas. However, It was precisely because of its Tao that its divine abilities were boundless, but did not touch upon the foundation of the Tao. To take another step and truly step into the end realm was extremely difficult. Even if she reincarnated and went through all kinds of hardships, it might not necessarily be beneficial to her Tao. Perhaps Junior's sister had already foreseen something 600 years ago. She might even think that the future Buddha is her chance to step into End Realm. Lanka spoke on behalf of the Miao Di as he squinted his eyes. In other words, Junior's sister, Jingyin's reincarnation might be beside the future Buddha. If that was really the case, Sakyamuni would definitely be indescribably gratified. However, this was something that had yet to be confirmed. The two of us need to think of a way to find the whereabouts of the future Buddha. This concerns the foundation of Buddhism. We can't be careless. Before he finished, Lunka's expression turned solemn as he looked into the distance. That one is from the Liu clan. His animosity is really deep. Junior brother, did you offend him? The Miao Di isn't someone who causes trouble. Although Junior brother wants to wipe out the Liu clan after seeing the suffering of the believers in Leping world, you know the pros and cons. Our Buddhist faction isn't suitable to cause trouble now. The Miao Di shook his head. He most probably thinks that our Buddhist faction is the culprit here. Although there is a knowledge barrier, it can be confirmed that the Liu clan world master, as well as an outstanding crown prince under Xuanya, died in Leping world. This person is probably one of Xuanya country ruler subordinates. How did that happen? Slow down. Lanka didn't understand at first, but then he reacted. That was really possible. Although there was a knowledge barrier on Tianyan Mountain, it was filled with traces of Buddhist power. Even if one couldn't see it and couldn't know about it, it seemed like it had a lot to do with Jingyin Buddha. Songling world was a world that the Buddhist faction and the Liu clan had fought for dozens of years. Although they lost in the end, it wasn't surprising for them to counterattack now. Most importantly, as luck would have it, the two of them just so happened to be here. It was no wonder that the people from the Liu clan would be hostile toward them. This is really... All of a sudden, Lanka didn't know what to say. It wasn't right to say that it was an unexpected calamity. After all, it was caused by the unlimited beginning and end Buddha. Was he taking the blame for the future Buddha? That wasn't really the case. The future Buddha appeared because of the Buddhist faction believers in this world. As Sakyamuni said, he was merciful. Even if he had to take the blame, he wasn't really unwilling. Thinking about it, he shook his head. Forget it. Let him think what he wants. If he really misunderstands and thinks that the two of us did this, it might be a good thing. The Miao Di nodded. Junior brother, I think so too. This is why we have no intention of coming into contact with him. We just need to be wary. The purpose of this trip was firstly to search, secondly to persuade, and thirdly to watch over her. To be able to cause the future Nirvana Rulai to be out of the sight of the Liu family. This was what the two of them wanted, and they were happy to do so. Of course, we can't bother about him. Lanka asked. Everything in this Songling world is covered by the knowledge barrier, and there is no point in staying here. However, we can't return empty-handed. In Junior Brother's opinion, where should the two of us start next? The Miao Di frowned when he heard this. This question really stumped him. After taking in a deep breath, the Miao Di finally opened his mouth. We can head to the cloud world. The future Buddha first appeared in the cloud world. Let's head to the source to take a look. Although we can send our spiritual sense down, it is better for us to personally witness it with our own eyes. Didn't the Buddhist faction 6 sects find a clue and a suspicious person? Lanka thought about it and nodded his head. At this moment, they had no choice but to do so. At this moment, not far away from the two of them, an old man in a white robe who was around 70 years old had his eyes slightly closed. A bright glow stared coldly at the two of them. At this moment, there was a red flame burning in his hand. This was something he obtained from Space Gap, and it had been burning here for several days. What was contained within the flame was a spiritual sense message from the Liu family disciple a few days ago. If he hadn't come in time and searched carefully, it would have been extinguished. In other words, Wu Shuang chased his enemy until now, and coincidentally, the Buddhist faction attacked Songling World. He was swept up along with Wubbing and my 3 helpers and died here. The voice spread out from the void, filled with coldness. There is the knowledge barrier. I can only think of such a possibility. The sky-burning flame that Lu Wubbing left before he died also recorded the same thing. That voice mocked. Then, what is this knowledge barrier? Are you trying to cover it up? Or are you trying to cover it up? Or are you trying to trick us? Such obvious traces of Buddhist power. Even if we can't see and know what happened that day, we can't deduce that it has something to do with the Buddhist faction. What is the Buddhist faction trying to do? Even what Lu Wubbing said before he died might not be true. That is true. However, no matter what the Buddhist faction is planning, those traces of Buddhist power can't be wrong. The power of belief in this world had been largely depleted not long ago. Even if the Buddhist faction didn't wipe out the people of Tianyin Manor, they at least participated in it. The old man said expressionlessly. His words were filled with a dangerous aura. Wubbing also said something else. He said that Lu Yintian seemed to have a treasure that could revive the dead. This was why the Buddhist faction coveted it and didn't come for this Songling world. Unfortunately, they were dragged into it. During these 2 days, I followed the clues to investigate. I guessed that Lu Yintian should have found a few drops of heaven-snatching liquid in Songling world. What Lu Wubbing said before he died wasn't fake. Heaven-snatching liquid, the spiritual sense that spread over from thousands of worlds away, instantly fluctuated. Is that true? How annoying. He didn't give such a treasure to the Celestial Dynasty and hid it in his bag. This Lu Yintian deserves to die. His cold scoff was filled with violent intent, like he wanted to rip Lu Yintian into pieces. However, if it was for this item, then it does make sense. That's right. To be able to cause 3 God Realm experts to fall instantly, only Saint Realm experts could do it. The old man smiled. However, what I'm most curious about is that if the Buddhist faction got this item, why would they need to spend so much effort to set up the knowledge and seeing barriers? The 2 of them in front of me seem to be searching for something, which means that the heaven-snatching liquid might not have landed in the hands of the Buddhist faction. The spiritual sense took in a deep breath. If you're interested, you can continue to investigate. Before the knowledge and seeing barriers dissipate, we can't conclude that Songling world matter. Of course, the old man smiled. Everything now is just a guess. However, I feel that if this matter continues, it will be really interesting. However, this Songling world has no master. Are you not going to bother? After all, it is a medium-class world. It is too problematic. This place is too far away from my Lu family and can't be of any use. Instead, it will take up my effort. When the voice said this, he sighed. What a waste, Wu Shuang. He was the one under me with the highest chance of inheriting the Saint Emperor. If it is possible, you can help him wipe out that enemy when he was alive. The moment he said this, the spiritual sense dissipated. The old man stood on the spot. A cold, mocking expression appeared on his face. The one with the highest chance of inheriting the Saint Emperor? Only he knew how many chess pieces this Shuanya country ruler had in his hands. This Lu Wushuang definitely wouldn't be the most important person. He brought this kid out because he wanted to test it out, and also because he wanted to cover it up. As for Lu Wubbing, what a waste. Then he shook his head. Since the country ruler had already instructed him, then it was best if he did what he could. It was said that this person's enemy was just a peak spirit realm expert, so it wasn't a tough matter. Chapter 896. Why isn't he here? What exactly happened in the sect? Within the room that was filled with incense, Zhongsho felt a little weird as he looked at the few message talismans in his hand. At this moment, he was already near the cloud world. Outside was the extreme light adversity crossing boat, while he was within the Juntian celestial manor space. The talismans in his hand were supposed to contact Song Xingdao and the God Realm experts near the cloud world. However, they all returned with no results, and there was no news. Not only that, but even his senior brother Mingyu couldn't sense him either. Forget about this one. But senior brother Wei Tian, who replaced Han Feng in the common people's vast habitat, was also nowhere to be seen. The three sects with tailing sect at the head also had no one guarding. This made one feel really surprised and also a little worried. He wanted to use the star-shining talisman, but Zhongshou was worried about many things. Once the star-shining world, no one in the sect will be able to rush over. Wouldn't the other sects find out about Song Xingdao's current situation? He was originally prepared to contact Yuan Jing, who was nowhere to be found through the seniors in the sect. However, looking at the situation, this method most probably wouldn't work. At this moment, within the vast habitat, there were many Celestial Realm disciples. However, Saint Realm Venerables appeared and disappeared. It would be tough to know where these people were. Zhong Shaxin suddenly moved and took out an item from his sleeves. It was the illusionary heart mirror. Along with Zhongshou's spell, the mirror light shone into the void. Instantly, a black light appeared within the illusionary heart mirror. After a few teleportations, he changed his position. Finally, a familiar scene appeared in his eyes. This was the world shining technique, one of the abilities of the illusionary heart mirror. In the past, Zhongshou wasn't strong enough and couldn't use it. At this moment, his cultivation had stepped into the celestial realm, and he didn't need to consume his lifespan. As expected, they aren't here. Within the vast habitat, he changed positions, and, as expected, there were no signs of God Realm cultivators, amongst which there were a few disciples with really sharp spiritual senses who noticed it. However, he only revealed a slightly weird expression before he ignored him. This was because Zhongshou had high authority in the vast habitat formation, and his spiritual sense wasn't blocked. These people only thought that it was the elders of the sect who were spying on the vast habitat, which was why they didn't raise their guard. However, it is indeed really calm within the vast habitat. Regardless of whether it was a teacher or a disciple, there was no change in their expressions. Even if there is something, it shouldn't concern the survival of the sect. Zhongshou withdrew his telegnosis ability and felt slightly relieved. Then he smiled and shone the mirror light towards some part of the cloud world. Let's see if Irin and the others are well. In just a moment, he locked his intent onto Gantian Mountain City. With a thought, another scene appeared in front of his eyes. He originally wanted to look at the pill recipe, but unexpectedly, he didn't see Xianyuan Irin. He looked into the sleeping chamber again, but he still couldn't find her. After changing directions a few more times, he finally saw his wife. She was standing in a pavilion in the back garden. She was hugging a baby and happily humming a song. Zhongshou was startled as he looked at Irin's hands. He couldn't help but be slightly distracted, thinking to himself, did she give birth so quickly? In other words, he was about to become a father? That's right, unknowingly, he had already spent over a year in the outer region. This kid was how quiet, biting his thumb and sleeping soundly. How cute. The moment his intent fluctuated, Xianyuan Irin sensed something and looked towards the sky in surprise. Then, a look of surprise appeared on her face. He actually started to break through the void barrier and enter the void. Zhongshou was instinctively shocked. A moment later, he recalled that Xianyuan Irin was also at the spirit realm. Stepping into the void outside of the cloud world wasn't difficult for her. To her, this was no longer a difficult task. She also had the strength to protect Xiaohuan's safety. After breaking out into a laugh, Zhongshou reached out with his spiritual sense. It led Xianyuan Irin towards the extreme light adversity crossing boat. Then, he looked toward Kong Yao. The mirror light changed and found traces of Kong Yao in the privy court at the waist of Gantian Mountain. She was standing beside the map, her brows furrowed like she was thinking about something. Zhongshou didn't purposely hide his spiritual sense, and even purposely stirred it up. Kong Yao finally noticed a few breaths later. Her eyes were filled with joy. Then, she scoffed coldly and pointed with her finger. The mirror light in front of Zhongshou instantly scattered. Zhongshou instantly laughed out loud and didn't care. He knew that Kong Yao's personality was just like that. When the laughter stopped, Zhongshou's expression turned serious. How quick! That south wind cloud continent was taken down so quickly. One south wind cloud continent could be compared to half of the Yuanren world. In the next few decades, the number of Mind Stone mines would be 10 times or even 30 times more than the latter. Compared to Kong Yao's results, as the ruler, he was really embarrassed. At this moment, he felt really fortunate to be able to snatch his Yao, from the Taishang dynasty. The illusionary heart mirror flashed with a spiritual light, and another place was reflected in the mirror. It was the peak of Sheng Mountain. However, when the scenes on the peak entered his eyes, Zhongsho's face instantly flushed red, only to see that the girl was still tightly locked up by a black chain. However, she wasn't wearing anything on her body. She was gathering water into a spring to wash her naked body. The girl instantly felt something, her face turning green as killing intent exploded out. Using the sword technique, a small green bamboo sword slashed down from the sky. He directly attacked the spiritual sense that Zhongsho shone on this place. At this moment, Zhongsho finally came back to his senses from his shock. He hurriedly retracted that spiritual sense. However, there was still a sword intent that didn't give up and chased over. Zhongshoxin felt weak, but he didn't panic as he controlled the illusionary heart mirror to lay down illusions. He also controlled the extreme light adversity crossing boat to change several positions. A full 10 breaths later, he was finally able to shake off Lung Daiyu's spiritual sense. Just as he calmed down, he heard Jingyin say cowardly, "Future Buddha, although our Buddhist faction doesn't restrict sex, it's not good for girls." However, peeping at girls bathing is not good. Zhongsho's face flushed red as he turned around to look. He saw Jingyin looking over with an unusually pure and slightly disdainful gaze. He instantly felt awkward. He couldn't even explain this. Then, his embarrassment turned into rage as he scolded, "Noisy. Just focus on comprehending the Dharma. Half a month, and you're only grade 4. How useless." Jingyin's eyes instantly turned red as her lips curled up in grievance. However, she had no choice but to yield to Zhongsho and continue to look in front of her. There were 2 black and white dots floating in front of Jingyin. It was only 100,000th of a grain of rice, but it caused all the lights in front of her to change. All the light in front of her was twisted. Time, space, hundreds and thousands of laws either collapsed or changed. At this moment, Jingyin was staring at the black hole and the white ball of light. Chapter 897. To let Jingyin enter the spirit realm in just a few short years. Zhongsho thought about it and could only refer to the Buddhist and demon faction techniques to make slight improvements. After he planted the spiritual seed and demon seed, he would let Jingyin use his beginning and end dharma to comprehend and cultivate. This was the benefit of the Buddhist faction cultivating the dharma first. With the help of many Buddhas, one would be able to study the dharma. It was much faster than the Taoist faction forming the true image. As long as one had enough talent, even during the dharma ending era, one would only need 5 to 6 years to have achievements. Jingyin treated him as a Buddha, causing his beginning and end dharma to be reflected in her spiritual sense space. Along with the demon sex spiritual seed, it could help her comprehend. To raise Jingyin's cultivation, he was willing to do anything. Jingyin's talent was not bad. To be able to grasp prophecy as a mortal, she was really overpowered. With Zhongsho's estimations, after using the Book of Ian to accelerate time, Jingyin should be able to form the Dharma within half a year. A year and a half later, she would be able to achieve what he wanted. It would cause the knowledge barrier in Songling world to be delayed by a few more years. However, this method also had a lot of side effects. Her foundations weren't firm. Moreover, after he planted the demon seed and used his dharma to cultivate, in the future, Jingyin's cultivation wouldn't be able to exceed Zhongsho's own realm. If Zhongsho could only stop at initial celestial realm or die at this moment, then Zhongsho would definitely die. Then, Jingyin's achievements would only be peak spirit realm. The situation was similar to that of Zhao Yinran. However, because Jingyin truly believed in him, the future Buddha, which was why she was slightly stronger than the former. However, at this moment, Jingyin's improvement far exceeded his expectations. In just 20 days, she was just a step away from grade 5. Even if he used the Book of Ian to accelerate time, it didn't happen all the time. Thinking about it, less than half a year had passed. Before this, the scene of her Tao foundations being weak didn't appear. Where would Zhongshou put his face? He remembered that when he entered grade 5, he spent a lot of effort and also the accumulation of his last life. Naturally, he wanted to spur this woman and not let her be too proud. Zhongshou would never say these words. He thought to himself, could this person really be the reincarnation of some powerful being? If that was the case, then it would be interesting. As he cultivated the immeasurable beginning and end Dharma idol, if his memories were to awaken in the future, he wondered if he would regret it. However, when he saw Jingyin's tear-stained face, he couldn't help but sigh. Zhongshou felt a little guilty. He wondered if reprimanding would backfire. Just as he was thinking about this, Lu Wubing's voice sounded from outside the room. Jun Shang must be joking. In less than a month, he had already entered the Earth realm. Surprisingly, his foundation was solid. In my entire life, I have never seen anyone cultivate so quickly. Based on what I know, even the ruler took a year. Jingyin was startled. Her eyes were first filled with surprise and then joy. She looked at Zhongshou with a questioning gaze. Zhongshou had no choice but to shake his head. How can it be the same? I was a dual meridian body back then. Not only did he have dual meridians, but he also had a remnant soul. However, he knew that Jingyin's situation was worse than his. To him, having the ability of prophecy was a blessing, but it was also a disaster. Not knowing how to use it and being unable to control, it was a huge burden on her soul and body. Along with him cultivating the immeasurable beginning and end Dharma, she would be affected and rejected by the ability. To think about it, Jingyin's cultivation wasn't any easier than his. He scoffed, and Zhongshou didn't say anything more. He turned around and looked at Lu Wubing. He had already changed his attire. He was wearing a thick black armor that was covered with all kinds of talismans. Even his face was covered with a mask. Black Shin purple hero iron was merged into the armor and mask. It covered pretty much all of Lu Wubing's aura. At this moment, Lu Wubing was already dead. Naturally, the Lu family people couldn't sense that he was still alive. Sizing up this person, a weird expression flashed across Zhongshou's face. It seems like your cultivation has improved greatly. If a few months ago, you would have such ability, I probably wouldn't be able to escape from Lu Wushuang. If the two of them work together, then even with the Star Dao seed, Zhongshou would find it tough to move. Ruler has the Book of Ian and is in an undefeatable position. No matter how strong I was then, I wouldn't be able to change the outcome. Lu Wubing shook his head disapprovingly. He walked into the room and placed a light blue book respectfully in front of Zhongshou. I have to thank Ruler for helping me. This book is of great help to me. Many of my questions have been solved. Zhongshou smiled and let Lu Wubing take a look at the Book of Ian Extreme Life. On one side, he was helping him, and on the other, he was probing, forming the golden pellet and forming the true image. He wasn't afraid that people would find out about this book. He also had the ability to use the ability of this book, his father's own, wherein wouldn't be able to hide it from everyone. If he wasn't wrong, some of the more observant people should have noticed it long ago. He waved his sleeves and kept the Book of Ian. Zhongshou had an idea and asked, "You only read the first 3 pages?" "That's right. 3 pages are enough. After all, I don't truly cultivate in time and fate." Lu Wubing nodded his head. "Moreover, my lifespan is limited and I don't want to waste it on this book." Zhongshou nodded his head. That made sense. Although the 4th page of the Book of Ian was beneficial to Lu Wubing, it wasn't of much help to his foundations. Flipping to the 4th page would at least take 200 years of lifespan. It wasn't worth it. In the next moment, Lu Wubing spoke once more. "I don't know why Ruler wants to return to the cloud world. However, I have something to advise Ruler. You can't stay here any longer and should leave early. Things might change if you delay." "Why is that so?" Zhongsho had a weird expression on his face as he looked at the teen in front of him. Outside of the cloud world, he didn't feel any danger. Where would the change come from? The Buddhist faction didn't gain anything in Songling world, so they will definitely attack the cloud world. As for the Lu family, there is a 50% chance that they will follow. Zhongsho's brow rose up. If it was just that, he had expected it. Then, he heard Lu Wubbing say, I just received news that the universe creation records have appeared in the world. Not only did the cloud world sects sweep up, but the surrounding powers also sent their experts to join in. Universe book? Only then did Zhongsho's expression change. No wonder there wasn't a single god realm in the vast habitat. The remaining experts from the 3 sects and 6 schools also left their nests. At this moment, the situation in the cloud world was probably similar. If those experts fighting for the universe book were nearby, he would definitely be worried. If he wasn't careful, he would be swept up in this whirlpool. Speaking of which, he really couldn't stay here for long. It wasn't that Zhongsho wasn't tempted by the universe creation records. Time and space were inseparable. However, he knew that any one of those people who joined in could crush him with one finger. An ant hugging an end treasure like the Book of Ian and charging into the crowd. One could imagine what would happen to him. Unless Long Ying was personally here, then he would be able to totally stop the greed of others. Although he had the Book of Ian, he wasn't afraid of people knowing about it. However, the more chaotic the situation was, the more disadvantageous it was for him. His original plan was to wait here and see which senior the sect would return in a few days. However, at this moment, even if he stayed for a moment longer, he would be in danger. Thinking about it, Zhongsho made his decision. With a flash, he exited the Juntian Celestial Manor. After entering Celestial Realm, his instant space technique improved by a lot. With a few flashes, he was within the common people's vast habitat. He directly entered the Ancestral Hall and stared right at the mysterious Golden Life book. Since the few paths didn't work, then he could only do it himself. Zhongsho hesitated slightly before reaching out and ripping off a page of the book. Moments later, he appeared within the Extreme Light Adversity Crossing boat, within the Juntian Celestial Manor. Looking at the mysterious Golden Life page in his hand, Zhongsho was at a loss. Who knows if it will go as I wish in the end? Then he sighed. No matter whether or not he was able to save his mother, whether or not Zhuren Xianshuang was really End Realm, if there was a chance to revive his master and name, then as a disciple, he definitely couldn't miss it. Unfortunately, less than 8 hours after he returned to the cloud world, he had to leave hurriedly. However, before he left, no matter what, he had to meet Irin and the others. Then, he thought back to Lung Daiyu, the girl on Sheng Mountain. Before this, he was too shocked and didn't pay attention. Now that he thought about it, he noticed that there were numerous thin talismans on her body, as well as the scars that hadn't totally disappeared. Thinking about it carefully, Zhongsho couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Was she treating people like spiritual treasures to be refined? No wonder her cultivation speed was even faster than Zhongsho's. Who was it that did such a cruel thing? A few days later, a golden flying boat was flying across the Shiwang Ocean. It turned into a golden light ball and broke through the layers of violent void energy. It was like it was searching for something, but it wasn't able to find it. At this moment, within the flying boat, Zhongsho was in a daze, smiling in a silly manner. Even this extreme light adversity crossing boat was controlled by Hanshi. He was still thinking about his meeting with Irin and Kong Yao a few days ago. He wasn't able to convince the two of them to sleep together and have a huge battle. What a waste. However, when he hugged his son, Zhongsho felt really satisfied. Soft and meaty. Like if he used a little strength, he would hurt him. Irin had already given him a nickname, Little Dan. As for his name, it could only be given after he was 3 years old. Zhongsho had some complaints, but the matter was already settled. Who asked him to not be there at that time? He could only pinch his nose and admit it. Speaking of which, when the two of them realized that this Jingyin wasn't the Jingyin they knew, they were shocked. As his thoughts ran wild, Zhongsho's face slowly dimmed down. A moment later, he heard a young lady's pleasant voice resound from within the boat. Is the place you're looking for here? Zhong Shou looked out when he heard the voice, only to see that in front of the giant boat, a girl who was slightly smaller than an adult was standing there. She wore a white robe. Behind her were 6 pairs of wings that flowed with a silver glow. Chapter 898. This is where Zhenren Xian Shuang fell. Lu Wubing was standing on a floating piece of land and looking down on this place. It was also a heaven and earth round world. Then, this world was already broken into pieces. Not only the land, but even the space here wasn't complete. The various laws that formed this world had collapsed. To him, at most a year ago, it would totally collapse. This is also where she went through her tribulation. Zhong Shou held the remnant page of the mysterious life golden book and sighed. The various books in the sect didn't have any detailed records of where Lin Xuanshuang fell. He was able to find this place because of the remnant soul on the blank page. He spent so much effort to find this place. Luckily, it wasn't too far from the cloud world, and he found it in just a few days. This world was hidden deep within the Shuang Ocean. It should have been formed less than 100,000 years ago. Looking at how vast it was at least a medium-sized world. However, before living beings were even born, it was about to disappear. It wasn't due to natural changes, but due to external forces. Most probably thousands of years ago, an unprecedented calamity descended here. However, only such a power that could easily destroy a world could show the strength of an end-realm tribulation. Only this hidden world in the Shuang Ocean that was totally cut off from the outer region could do it. Only then could Peak Saint Realm Venerables be at ease and not be afraid of external disturbances. He could pretty much confirm that this was where Zhenren Xian Shuang died. Oh, this place seems a little weird since he entered this world. Zhong Shou had such a feeling. It was as if a faint line of sight was peeping at him from all directions. It made his hair stand up and his hair stand on its end. However, when Zhong Shou searched around, he was unable to notice that someone was hiding here. Even if he used a top treasure like the Book of Ian, he still couldn't sense anything. Forget it. In the depths of his heart, he didn't feel any danger. If there was really someone here who could hide from his spiritual sense, their realm would be far above Zhong Shou's. If they had malicious intentions, they could have easily killed him. Indeed, he could ignore it. There's not much time left. We can start now. As soon as Zhong Shouxin thought about it, Hanshi sensed it. After giving him a cold glance, he waved his 6 pairs of silver wings and flew 3,000 feet into the air. Around her were dozens of balls of brilliant silver light. There were 48 of them in total, and all of them were in human form. It had 3 pairs of silver wings, one size smaller than Hanshi. After swallowing the Jiao snake inner pellet, the biggest change to Hanshi was that its body was no different from a human. It was just that the number of soldier ants had suddenly increased. There was also the silver sacred white flame. It was just a decoration in the past and did not have much destructive power. At this moment, when he burned with all his strength, even he, who had grasped the origin and end law, was deeply fearful. More importantly, Hanshi borrowed the power of the mermaid snake's flesh and blood to step into celestial realm. She could already speak. In order to revive a sage realm venerable, one must first draw a huge spiritual array. The heaven-seizing liquid did not have any requirements for the location. It just needed a bit of flesh and blood, a bit of soul, or even a strand of hair. However, the person he wanted to revive was after all a Peak Saint realm. If he acted where he died, not only would it lower the risk, but it would also be much easier. Song Xingdao had the revival formation himself. There were several versions in the book Hiding Hall A. It seemed like this was not the first time Song Xingdao did such things. As for the materials, Zhong Shou had plundered the treasures of those 3 spirit realm venerables and could gather them all. He just needed to choose one and modify it according to the circumstances. The range of this formation was really huge, spread out close to 700 miles. If Zhong Shou did it himself, he wouldn't be able to complete it in a month or 2. However, with Hanshi helping him, it would be much easier. Zhongsho just needed to send the complete blueprint over through mental connection. Hanshi would split it into numerous portions and control the soldier ants to draw it for him. Not only was it easy, but it was also terrifyingly accurate, with no flaws at all. Zhongsho was only in charge of the core portion. In just half a day, it was pretty much completed. At this moment, the entire formation was already formed and was not far from completion. Lu Wubbing was also in charge of a portion of the patterns, pretty much completing it at the same time as Zhongsho. After checking that there were no problems, he focused on the silver balls of light that were circling in the air. He was deep in thought. Ruler, this heaven and earth variant, the more I look at it, the more extraordinary it seems. Even among its kind, it is a top one, a king among them. Out of all the heaven and earth variants that I have seen, be it combat strength or intellect, it is the best. However, I don't know if Ruler knows that it is a protector spirit beast. After stepping into the celestial realm, there are other benefits? Zhongsho broke into a laugh. How could he not know? It was also because Hanshi was his natural protector spirit beast, connected to life and death, connected to his soul, which was why he knew so quickly. This variant spirit beast wasn't just born from the violent thoughts of heaven and earth. It was more often the manifestation of a law power in heaven and earth. The stronger it was, the more obvious the blessing of the law power would be. Hanshi itself was like an incarnation of light. It was everywhere. There was nothing it couldn't reach, extremely fast in the world. The benefit of this was that as a spiritual pet master, one could easily grasp such a Tao. At this moment, Hanshi was swallowing the shark snake. Now, there were some more additions to its core. It grasped two kinds of laws, the manifestation of two kinds of law powers. However, Zhongsho found Lu Wubbing's words weird. Natural variants? Have you seen many of them? Lu Wubbing nodded slightly when he heard this. I have indeed seen many. In terms of violent thoughts gathering, there shouldn't be more than the 9 extreme death jail. If there aren't 10,000 there are at least 8,000 of them. They can be seen everywhere. Ruler went there, so naturally you would know. However, from what I see, even if Hanshi was placed there, it would still be really outstanding. In the same grade, there shouldn't be many opponents for it. Zhongsho was startled and then came back to his senses. Hanshi's eyes flashed, and it looked closely at Lu Wubbing, like it was trying to discern whether or not Lu Wubbing's words were true or false. Are you addicted to swallowing your own kind? Zhongsho scoffed coldly. He had no intention of suppressing Hanshi's desire. Hanshi stepping into the celestial realm, apart from itself, the person who directly benefited was him. Just a few days ago, thanks to Hanshi, he refined a few more star Tao seeds. One of them came from Hanshi, pretty much pointing to his foundations. It was the most powerful of the 79 star Tao seeds he had right now. The other few were derived from it. At this moment, Hanshi's request was what he wanted. That 9 extreme death jail is where the Lu family sinners are exiled and also where they raise goo. However, Ruler needs to pay attention. Although natural variants can swallow one another, it doesn't mean that the more they swallow, the better. It has to be beneficial to their foundations. The moment he said that, there was a light buzzing sound. The entire hundreds of miles of formation gave out a faint blue light. Chapter 899. The spiritual light spread out and instantly covered 3,000 miles. This formation, known as the Yin-Yang Spiritual Machine Formation, was actually half black and half white, coincidentally in the shape of a yin-yang fish. It slowly became brighter and brighter, dyeing the entire space black and white. Success! Zhongsho was delighted. He waved his sleeves and released the few protector beasts to protect him. He flew to the black core of the formation, the eye of the yin fish. He first closed his eyes and took in a deep breath to adjust his breathing. Only when he felt that he was in his best state did he use true chi to lift up the page of the mysterious life golden book and send it to the core of the yang fish. The moment the remnant page arrived, another burst of dazzling golden light abruptly lit up. The golden light shone all around, causing this world, which had no sun, moon, or stars, to be as bright as day. All the remaining spiritual energy in the realm formed an enormous vortex that swept toward the formation with a circumference of 800 miles. Zhongsho felt his head go numb. He knew that reviving a Saint Realm Venerable, especially a peak Saint Realm Venerable, would definitely cause a huge commotion. It would definitely cause a huge commotion. In fact, if it wasn't in the depths of the Shuang Sea, it might even shake the surrounding realms. However, seeing it with his own eyes was completely different from what he had imagined. This formation was not only consuming the power of the celestial crystals that he laid out, it was also crazily absorbing all the remaining power and life force in this world. Along with this spiritual energy storm blowing, Zhongsho also felt a strong suction force sucking out the true qi and spiritual sense in his body. In just a 300th of the time it took to snap a finger, his entire body was sucked dry. This was because the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique in his body was activated to block it. Only then was he spared from being sucked dry by the formation and perishing on the spot. Zhongsho knew that this formation was gathering power and true qi to inject into the Yang formation. Originally, if there was a peak Saint Realm Venerable or an End Realm Venerable here, their true qi and life force would be huge, and they wouldn't be afraid of being sucked dry. If it really wasn't enough, he only needed to eat a few pills, and he would be able to keep up. However, at this moment, if it was him, the amount of true essence he could provide was far less than 1% of what this formation needed. The 7 drops of heaven-seizing liquid were used here. That was because the amount of life energy needed by this formation could be said to be ocean amounts. Venerables of the Saint Realm had a lifespan of 14,000 years. Activating this formation would consume at least 1/3 of his lifespan. As for End Realm Saint Venerables, they didn't have to worry about lifespan. However, after the matter, his true essence was weak and his energy meridians were damaged. Hence, Cang Shengdao had the mysterious Golden Life Book. However, during these 10,000 years, none of the Saint Realm Venerables who fell were able to revive. Even his master, Zhenren Shuang, was the same. On the contrary, the experts below the Saint Realm, the Immortal Realm, and the Immortal Realm had benefited greatly over the years. Not daring to delay, Zhongsho flicked his fingers. They were 3 drops of watery, blue viscous liquid that floated in front of him. Instantly, he felt his body loosen up. The suction force on his body was reduced by half and shifted to the 3 drops of heaven-seizing liquid. Then, he saw that the golden light opposite him was even brighter and brighter. It was like a blazing sun shooting out unlimited amounts of light. The extremely intense golden light shone through the void. At this moment, it wasn't only this world that had a spiritual energy storm. Within the Shuang Ocean in the outer region, a giant whirlpool had formed around this world. Zhongsho didn't bother. His spiritual sense spread out in all directions, reaching every corner of this yin-yang formation. He went all out to open up the spiritual veins, calming down the spiritual energy gathered from all around to maintain the cycle of the formation. The golden light was eye-piercing, and the heaven-seizing liquid in front of him was swiftly shrinking and disappearing. The various powers that could steal the fortune of heaven and earth within the formation were also rapidly disappearing, scattering in all directions within the 800-mile-wide formation. At this moment, the fish eye of the Yang fish also changed. One could roughly see a human form appear in the light. It was like a soul shadow that was indiscernible. Jingyin and Lu Wubing looked on from the side, and they couldn't help but hold their breaths. Zhongsho didn't wait for the 3 drops of heaven-seizing liquid to be used up and shot out 2 more. At this moment, this formation had already passed the initial stage where it sucked in large amounts of life energy. It slowly stabilized and turned peaceful. Next was to wait. He just needed to stabilize and wait for the Yin formation to gather his master's true image and spiritual sense. Zhongsho still didn't dare to be careless, fully focusing. However, a few minutes later, he sensed something. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked into the sky. He felt as if this shattered and dying world had suddenly come back to life. Threads of scattered soul consciousness were absorbed by the broken page of the mysterious Golden Life book. They flew over from all directions and gathered at the center of the Aeon formation. What followed was a spiritual sense that was filled with endless sadness, extreme despair, an indescribable longing, and also a spiritual sense with no regrets. It infected his soul, causing Zhongsho to nearly lose his mind and his soul ocean to shake. Several breaths later, he came back to his senses. He got used to the huge spiritual sense impact and recovered. At this moment, just thinking about it, Zhongsho knew the reason. This was a thought of Xian Shuang before she died. What a sad spiritual sense. She longed for this world but still had no regrets and didn't regret going through the tribulation. At that time, my master hadn't even become a saint for 1,000 years, so she shouldn't have been in such a rush. The only thing she felt was hatred. Who knows who she hated? Was it that person from the Taoist faction? Suddenly, Zhongsho understood what happened after he entered this world. Where did that feeling of being stared at come from? Master's spiritual sense remained and wasn't totally destroyed by the end realm tribulation. It didn't dissipate for thousands of years and lasted until now. However, she didn't have the strength to cross the Shuang Ocean and return to the common people's vast habitat. Or maybe she reincarnated. She could only rely on her spiritual sense in the depths of this world to try and survive. Thinking about this, Zhongsho's eyes lit up and a look of joy flashed across. If her soul didn't dissipate, then not only would his revival technique have a 30% chance of success, this also meant that after his master's body recovered, he would be able to regain the power he had before he was born. With the passage of time, the figure in the golden ball of light completely stabilized. One could see that flesh and blood were slowly growing. Just as everyone was about to take a closer look, a powerful divine will suddenly burst forth. It chased Zhongsho's spiritual sense into the core of the Yang formation, until it took over the entire Yang formation. There seemed to be a barrier in front of that person, cutting off the vision of Zhongsho and Lu Wubing. Chapter 900. Zhongsho was shocked and didn't know what to do. He allowed that intent to take over the Yang formation of the formation. Is it possible that Xian Shuang cultivator is actually shy? After reviving, his master name would indeed be naked. If he continued to control the formation, then he would know every single detail of the Xian Shuang's body like the back of his hand. Such a weird thought flashed across his mind. Zhongsho was happy about it. To him, controlling the formation that was 800 miles in radius was already a bit of a stretch. He was just barely doing it. Before this, when he was fully focused, he didn't feel anything. Now that someone was taking over, a deep exhaustion surged over him. Zhongsho forced himself to hold on, taking out a blue pill and swallowing it. A moment later, his withered spiritual sense recovered a little. However, just as he felt a little more relaxed, his expression changed once more. In the sky above, countless dark clouds suddenly surged forth. In an instant, they covered the entire sky. As the lightning flickered, countless droplets of rain fell from the sky. At the start, Zhongsho didn't care. However, when the raindrops landed on his body, they directly pierced through the protective energy around his body. When they landed on his body, his flesh and blood collapsed and his soul shook. This rainwater is a tribulation. Zhongsho's face turned ashen white. What was contained in the raindrops was clearly the power of a reverse law. It directly used strength from the Tao root to activate the foundations of his Tao foundations. Every bit and drop of it contained the power to shock and interrogate his soul. It wasn't caused by illusions. It was really overbearing, forcefully shaking the depths of his soul. It caused the weaknesses in his soul to appear on their own. Who knows how much stronger this tribulation power was than the red flame god tribulation. As the raindrops fell, it forced Zhongsho to go all out. He didn't even have the energy to worry about the remaining half of the formation. It is said that the tribulations of us cultivators can be hidden in all things in this world. It could be as big as the universe or as small as a speck of dust, wind, thunder, water, fire, and even wood. You really didn't lie to me. The rain was as light as a feather, as if it could be dispersed by the wind. But who would have thought that there was such a vast power hidden within? Each drop of rain was comparable to a spell cast by a god-level cultivator. Zhongsho also subconsciously looked around. Jingyin frowned slightly. Her expression was pained. However, unlike him, even his soul was shaken by the tribulation power contained in the rain. It was the same for Lu Wubbing. Sitting cross-legged in the rain, his complexion was not good, but his expression was rather calm, as if he could handle it. The other few protector spiritual beasts all curled up their bodies and shivered in the rain. However, from the looks of it, they were also safe and sound. As for Hanshi and the blue fire Xian turtle, one didn't feel anything at all. The other retracted its limbs into its shell, totally fearless. That's right, this is the tribulation power of the rain. It varies from person to person. It becomes stronger when it meets someone strong. It becomes weaker when it meets someone weak. Like Jingyin, with her shallow cultivation, the tribulation power she faced was naturally minuscule. Hanshi was a natural variant, born from the violent intent of heaven and earth. It was one with heaven and earth, so the tribulation power couldn't punish it. Zhongshan first heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that his protector beasts, Jingyin and Lu Wubbing, were fine. Now he could calm down and deal with this sudden and inexplicable lightning tribulation. Then he felt that it wasn't right. Zhongsho was shocked. Since that was the case, then he turned around and looked at the Yang formation fish eye. The tribulation power on his side was already so strong. Then what about the other side? He saw a weak whirlwind blow up 400 miles away. In just a dozen breaths, it expanded to 1,000 miles. More and more, the fine drizzle turned into a storm. It was blown up by the wind and struck towards the center. In Zhongsho's mind, he finally understood something. So, this tribulation came because of Xian Shuang. However, his heart sank even more, reaching the depths of the valley, and with a walala, he was completely frozen. The blood on his face instantly drained. It is the tribulation of the end realm. Tough. He instantly understood. So, from start to finish, Lin Xuan didn't truly die. She hid her remnant soul in the source of the world. She hid from the tribulation rain and went into a stalemate with it. After thousands of years, he charged in and tried to use the mysterious golden life book. He tried to revive her. He succeeded in helping Lin Xuan rebuild her body, but at the same time he also caused the tribulation power that was hidden here and couldn't go away. Zhongsho felt bitter in his mouth. What was this called? Being too smart for his own good? If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have been so rash to head to the 9 extreme death jail. If this goes on, I will die. Before the tribulation power dissipated and he interfered, he would have been listed by the tribulation as someone who had to be killed. If this continued, it would be okay if the two people in the yin-yang I could survive. If not, neither of them would be able to survive. Then, Lin Xuan's remnant soul would just hide back. However, Zhongsho's body and soul would be wiped out, although he was confident that he could handle the tribulation power. During the Songling World Battle, he used the Red Flame, God Tribulation, and Wish Power. Zhongsho caused his physical body to be strengthened by a full 10 times. His strength was overpowered even among celestial realm cultivators. The one he was most worried about was the other side. Lin Xuan wasn't even able to fully recover her body and soul. Like it was proving what he was thinking, the few drops of heaven-snatching liquid were used up in an instant. It was obvious that the other side was having a tough time holding on. They needed to use large amounts of true essence and life energy to go up against the tribulation power. Damn it! Zhongsho cursed out and flicked out the last 2 drops of heaven-snatching liquid. His heart felt pained. Originally, he was prepared to keep these 2 drops. However, if he didn't use them now, he would instantly die here. However, just these 2 drops were far from enough. The moment such a thought rose up, Zhongsho exploded all the celestial crystals in his bag. He injected all the spiritual energy within into the formation eye. Then his eyes were filled with shock. After using all of this, what else did he have? He saved one more item. With a wave of his right hand, Zhongsho took out all the Heaven Essence Life creation pills. Without hesitation, he smashed them into pieces. He allowed the formation to suck them in. At the same time, a streak of light flew out from his sleeves and stabbed into the Yin formation eye. The sword body was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of the world and the thin life energy into the formation. Only now did he feel that the aura on the other side had regained its strength. He spread out his spiritual sense to go up against the heaven and earth aura and wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Chapter 901. Strands of purple light shot up into the sky and clashed with the torrential rain. The entire sky was filled with thunderous roars. The berserk power began to spread to every corner of the world. One could see the sky not far away collapsing. The land that was already collapsing was splitting apart and breaking into more pieces. Zhongsho felt like his breathing was about to stop as he looked at everything in front of him. If this tribulation continues, this world might not be able to hold on for more than 7 days before it is totally destroyed. There is also my master. Although he is slowly getting stronger, he isn't perfect. Thinking about it seriously, Zhongsho took out the other 3 celestial treasures that he had snatched before. It was a rope, a shield, and also a purple gold hammer. Zhongsho didn't care whether or not Lin Xuanxuan could use it. He threw the 3 immortal treasures, as well as all kinds of magic tools, towards the Yang formation's core from afar. After doing all this, he didn't have any strength left to worry about the situation on the other side. At this moment, he only looked at the nameless sword with a weird expression. Just now, he didn't think about using the nameless sword to help the formation. This sword flew out of his sleeves on its own to join in the fun. At this moment, it was going all out. He shook his head in confusion. Zhongsho retracted all his thoughts and tried to resist the tribulation power in the rain. At the start, he found it really tough. When Zhongsho barely started to adapt, he started to attack and defend against the tribulation power in his body. He tried to chase the tribulation power away and started to switch between offense and defense. The strength of the tribulation started to strengthen once more. This happened several times in a row, causing Zhongsho to be unable to cope with it. He used all his strength to activate his Dharma Soul and Golden Pellet to bitterly block. However, there were still a few times when the tribulation power nearly entered his Tao source. This is tough. Who knows how long I have to hold on for? How long will it take before it stops? As time went on, Zhongsho only felt that his mind was getting more and more tired. There were a few times when he couldn't help but want to use the illusionary heart mirror to borrow the might of the celestial artifact to fight against the strong tribulation power. However, he resisted the urge several times and only used the 79-star Tao seeds and the 10 extreme Imperial Tao destruction sword formation around him. At the crucial moment, he could be of help to them so that they wouldn't be caught off guard. This was the first time he had used an external object to pass the heavenly tribulation, and this was the first time he had done so. It was just that this rain was so overbearing that it was beyond his ability. He could only find joy in the midst of bitterness as he thought helplessly. If he could safely pass through this tribulation, then his Tao foundation, which had been slightly unstable because he had stepped into the immortal realm too early, should be able to completely stabilize. In this tribulation, he could actually comprehend a lot of the great Tao of heaven and earth that he could not comprehend from the power of laws within the tribulation. It could also strengthen the body and soul. In the future, when he faced the tribulation of the end realm, he would be able to use it. Today's tribulation could be considered as an early experience. There were countless benefits, but the prerequisite was that he had to survive until the end of the heavenly tribulation. This was the same as using his life to exchange for it. Sighing helplessly, Zhongsho's mind slowly went blank like he was in a deep sleep, forgetting about everything around him. However, his true chi and soul sense didn't give up at all in his body, going up against the tribulation power, switching between offense and defense. He was immersed in the celestial sense realm, and felt that even when he went through the red flame god tribulation, what he gained couldn't be compared to what he gained today. Who knows how long had passed? Just as Zhongsho thought that the rain would be endless and wouldn't stop, the rain stopped. A sound that was hundreds of times stronger than thunder suddenly rang out in his ears. His eardrums were almost completely shattered. Looking out, he saw a vast purple light charge into the sky. It ripped apart the lightning clouds. It caused the rain to stop and retract. Zhongsho was delighted. He could feel that the raindrops on his body weren't as bad as before, making him feel really uncomfortable. The tribulation power contained within it had also weakened by at least 30%. This caused him, who was originally exhausted from dealing with it, to suddenly relax. He could easily suppress the power of the laws and expel it from his body. However, at this moment, his body was in a mess. His 9 chakra meridians were all shattered. All his muscles, and bones were destroyed. Apart from his bones, which were still relatively complete, there wasn't a single piece of good meat anywhere else. Blood seeped out from his 7 orifices, looking really tragic and haggard. In his life, in terms of danger, there was nothing more dangerous than this moment. He was unprecedentedly weak. He felt that at this moment, even if a 3-year-old kid stabbed him with a sword, he wouldn't be able to block it. Then he took out a handful of spirit pills from the brocade bag and swallowed them all in one go, using the effects of the pill to heal his injuries and tidy up his meridians. After hanging onto the life force in his body, Zhongsho couldn't wait to look closely at the Yin formation eye. It wasn't to see whether or not that Lin Xuanxuang had successfully revived. It was to see whether or not the tribulation power had dissipated and whether or not he could keep his life. Heaven and earth tribulation was often split into several waves. After one wave dissipated, another would strike. If the tribulation power in the rain was just the first wave, Zhongsho really didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him next. Would he be turned to dust? Would his soul scatter? Even if he used the illusionary heart mirror, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. Even if he could, the person opposite him might not be able to at this moment. The two of them were already locked together, like grasshoppers on a string. If one died, then the other's outcome would be really tragic too. Holding his breath, Zhongsho looked into the sky like he was waiting for his judgment. What made him happy was that after the dark clouds were ripped apart by the purple light, they weren't able to recover. The clouds parted and the rain dissipated. It was as sudden as when it came, but it was also as sudden. A moment ago, it was still raining heavily. In the next moment, it totally disappeared. There was no new tribulation power forming around. It seemed like he had passed it safely. This is the end realm tribulation. This is the first time I have seen it. I am really fortunate to be able to personally witness it. Lu Wubing's voice rang out leisurely, filled with admiration. At this moment, he had already stood up. His face was ashen white like paper. It was obvious that he had used up a lot of energy. At this moment, he looked towards where Jinren Xinshuang was at in disbelief. Just the ripples of the tribulation power caused this new medium-sized world to collapse. No wonder these end-realm venerables would search for worlds without people to avoid cause and effect before they reached end-realm. If it wasn't a place filled with life, it wouldn't be able to provide what they needed. Looking at Jinren Xinshuang's situation, who knows if she was just preparing her body, or did she totally go through the tribulation and become an end-realm saint venerable? When Zhongsho heard this, his lips curled up, thinking to himself that he was lucky. Lu Wubing probably didn't know how dangerous the situation was and that he was the same as him. However, Zhongsho was also curious about the last few sentences. He flew up, and with a flash, Zhongsho was beside the eye of the Yang formation. This place was still blocked by a power, and Zhongsho was unable to enter. He was also unable to see the situation within. However, He waited for a moment. This tyrannical force gradually dissipated. Slowly, a blurry person appeared in front of his eyes. Success. Just looking at the person standing in the eye, Zhongsho knew that he had at least helped Jinren Xianshuang rebuild her body. Then, he felt that it wasn't right. The person within was a little too short. Not only was she short, but her body was also really thin and weak. No, instead of saying that she was short and thin. Rather, it was more like she was a little girl when that power totally dissipated. The haze that filled the area also disappeared without a trace. A young girl with an incomparably delicate and beautiful face was standing gracefully in the fish eye of the Yang formation. His facial features were carved by the most exquisite sculptor. Her features were beautiful, just right, close to perfect. Her skin was as white as porcelain, smooth like silk. The most important thing was the girl's age. She looked to be only around 12 years old. She looked even younger than Sherulin. At this moment, she opened her eyes and looked forward with a lost expression. Shizi, her eyes slowly focused on Zhongsho. The teen frowned slightly and then turned her eyes to the nameless sword in the distance. She was startled, and then a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Then, she looked at Zhongsho and his spiritual pet protector beasts, as well as Jingyin and Lu Wubing. In the end, she turned her eyes back to Zhongsho. Who are you? Are you the disciple of my Tsang Xingdao? Zhong Shaxin was still thinking about how the Xian Shuang looked like. Did she have the bloodline of the snow lion of the palm? Why did she look like a kid? He remembered that when Xian Shuang went through her tribulation, she already had 3,000 years of lifespan. Such a situation was either due to the power of her bloodline, or because she had solidified her form really early. Then, he thought about how Xian Shuang was Shizi's wife. Legend had it that Xian Shuang's 3 sisters were all interested in Shizi. However, Shizi's master chose her. In other words, Shizi's master's taste was different from normal people in this aspect. He also felt pity for himself. Could it be that his master was such a tiny little thing? Who knows whether or not this person had taken that final step? All these random thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhongsho's face was really solemn. Like he was learning from a gentleman, his expression was really solemn as he bowed. Disciple Zhongsho greets Master Xian Shuang. Disciple, Master. Lin Xian Shuang was also stunned. After a short while, she came back to her senses. She coldly stared at Zhongsho. She felt that this person who called himself her disciple was thinking about some bad things. I remember that before I went through my tribulation, I didn't have any disciples. Shizi only had 6 official disciples. Zhongsho was really calm as he expressionlessly explained, roughly 10 years ago, I was accepted into the Tsang Xingdao sect by Wei Su. Senior brother accepted me on behalf of his master and brought me under master. I am a second-generation direct disciple. Only then did Lin Xian Shuang understand. Her brows furrowed as she was deep in thought. Chapter 902. Really? Yuan Jing used a secret technique to become a Saint Venerable? What a joke. My sister has always been prideful and arrogant. Who knew that when things came to a head, she would be afraid of death and go down the wrong path. At this moment, 3 days had passed since Yuan Jing revived and went through her tribulation. The place where everyone was standing was still the land that was on the verge of collapse. However, at this moment, it wasn't as broken as before. The originally dark and dim sky had the sun, moon, and stars all appearing. Apart from there being no living beings, everything was no different from a normal world. That day, after Yuan Jing rebuilt her body and asked Zhongsho, she only said one sentence, I owe this world a lot and I have to repay it. Then the land started to heal and rebuild. Mountains, rivers, and oceans appeared one after another. The laws that were destroyed were formed once more. It caused this world to slowly recover. In a short few days, it caused this world to totally stabilize. It was still a little weak, but it wasn't destroyed. The few people here finally confirmed the current realm of this Xian Shuang. If one wasn't an end realm, one wouldn't have such vast strength. Zhongshou was silent as he listened on from the side. In his heart, he was cursing out. When Yuan Jing went through her tribulation, it wasn't because she was afraid of death. It was because the current Song Xingdao was in a really tough situation. He had to quickly grasp some combat strength. He had no choice, however, at this moment. He didn't say anything and didn't retort. After Lin Xuanchuang repaired this world, she grabbed him and asked him about the situation within Song Xingdao and the Cloud World. During this period of time, he roughly understood the personality of his master. At this moment, any words of retort would not only be useless, but would also bring about bad consequences. It would be the same as asking to die. Hearing those mocking words, Zhongshou didn't even need to think to know that the relationship between the sisters wasn't so harmonious. He was even more unwilling to speak. After hearing this, Xian Xingdao's face became gloomy again. Have I, Song Shengdao, really declined to this extent? Was the current Song Shengdao, revered one, still Wei Su? How incompetent! Zhongshou couldn't help but laugh. Looking at this little girl talking to him like a little adult, he felt that it was very interesting. As for Wei Su, not only did Zhongshou not feel that this senior martial brother was incompetent, but he felt that he was a man of great talent and bold vision. After Shi Zi's death, several saints in the sect died one after another. Under the joint suppression of the various sects, Song Xingdao was able to regain its prosperity. There were new blood in the saint realm and the divine realm, and its foundation was getting stronger. It was really extraordinary. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't wait for the right time. If the cloud world spiritual wave rose, it would be 1,000 years later. Song Xingdao might have the ability to compete with the other few. Xian Xingdao scoffed coldly and then asked Zhongshou, "Speaking of which, you want to go to the 9 extreme death jail to save your mother, and there are many Saint Realm experts in Song Xingdao who are unable to contact you, which is why you came here alone with the mysterious life golden page." Zhongshou bowed slightly. "That's right. Master, please help Zhongshou." Jingyin's lips couldn't help but twitch. The two of them obviously hadn't met before. One called him master so intimately, the other called him disciple without any awkwardness. It was really natural. Liu Family 9 Extreme Death Jail. Shizi went there in the past to search for a heaven and earth variant, but returned in disappointment. Helping you, there is just a small matter. Master, this life of mine is also because of you. Even if it is to repay your kindness, I will do as you wish. When she said this, Xian Xingdao scoffed coldly. "However, you are a little too rash. Do you really want to die? Could it be that your elders didn't tell you about my current situation? Do you really think that Song Xingdao can't save me? Forget about Xian Jing. With our sisterly relationship, even if she gives up her life, she will think of a way to revive me. However, be it Xian Jing or Senior Brother Shoguan, they are all helpless. Only you, a small celestial realm, dare to show off. With those few drops of many days returning liquid, you dare to revive me?" Zhongshou's head was covered in cold sweat. How could he not know about the danger just now? Thinking about it now, he felt a wave of fear. Indeed, this was not an ordinary recklessness. He did not even understand the situation before he rashly used the art of resurrection. He nearly caused the two of them to die here. It was also Wei Su's fault for not making things clear to him. He thought that his master had died from a normal tribulation. Forget it. I am too lazy to say anything to you. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. I really didn't expect that Song Xingdao would have such a talented person like you. This drizzle golden wind tribulation varies from person to person. Even Senior Brother Shoguan, who is at End Realm, feared it and retreated. You, who just entered Celestial Realm, can only rely on the strength of external items to survive. Although Zhongshou used the Star Dao Seed and the 10 Extreme Imperial Dao Destruction Sword Formation, he was still able to use it. However, instead of saying that these two things were external items, it was better to say that they were his own abilities. As Lin Xuanchuang said this, she suddenly smiled. The coldness in her tone disappeared, causing one to be dazzled. If it was someone else, even if their cultivation was higher, the outcome would be worse than yours. Although you are rash, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Unfortunately, those Heaven Essence Life Creation pills taste really good. However, if you use them on Tsang Shengdao, it would allow our sect to have several more Saint Realm experts. Yes, what a waste. Zhongsho sighed and nodded his head, agreeing with her sincerely. The pain in his heart was indescribable. If the two of them weren't connected to life and death just now, he wouldn't have cared. Whether or not he would have been willing to take it out to save his master was still unknown. Thinking about it, he would have. He couldn't let those celestial crystals and 7 drops of heaven-snatching liquid go to waste. However, this time, he really went from being rich to being penniless. Who knows if Lin Xuanchuang saw through Zhongsho's thoughts and scoffed coldly. You used up a lot of spiritual items this time. However, I will compensate you in the future. Why does your heart hurt? She asked. You said that you couldn't contact Song Xingdao seniors. Why is that? Within the vast habitat, there should be God Realm experts. Although your cultivation is low now, an ordinary Divine Realm expert might not be able to defeat you. My spiritual sense is vast, and when I use Song Shengdao's secret technique, as long as I am within 20 worlds, I can sense them. Why can't I contact them? I heard that the Book of the Universe has appeared. After saying this, Zhongsho looked expressionlessly at Lin Xuanchuang. When he said this, he could clearly feel Lin Xuanchuang's body shaking. Zhongsho's mother was naturally nothing compared to the Book of the Universe. However, he couldn't be bothered to lie about this matter. I heard that the Demon Sect and Taoist Sect both sent out their elites. Kinzo Sect, Confucian faction, and even Buddhist faction also participated. Does Master want to contact the Taoist faction? Chapter 903. Lin Xuanchuang was enlightened and then looked coldly at Zhongsho. You little fellow, you are just over 20. You're just a little old, but you have so many thoughts. He reached out and grabbing a ball of blue light from Zhongsho's body. It was the Book of Ian Extreme Life. She sighed. Although I am tempted by the Book of Universe, it isn't to the extent where I want to fight for it. As for your Book of Ian, it is on the same level as the Book of Universe. It is also right in front of me, so it is easier to snatch it. What a waste. If it was 6,000 years ago, this item would have been useful to me. Zhongsho was speechless. Then he saw Lin Xuanchuang casually flip through it. She wasn't afraid of the Book of Ian sucking away her lifespan. In the end, he casually tossed it back. She said flatly, I don't want others to know about my revival. I also don't want to return to Tsang Shengdao just like that. As for the Book of Universe, do you really think that Tsang Shengdao is the real Book of Universe? It is Wei Su who is about to go through the End Realm tribulation. He has been waiting for this chance with so many factions fighting for so long. He definitely won't let it go. Zhongsho was stunned. He didn't understand what Lin Xuanchuang said. He didn't understand why Lin Xuanchuang wasn't willing to return even though she had already revived. Then he was shocked. Wei Su was going through the tribulation? That's right. Since he met this senior brother, he knew that this senior brother was. He was just half a step away from the End Realm. Come to think of it, this was indeed the best time to do so. If he succeeded, Tsang Shengdao's foundations would be firm. Even if the God Emperor unifies 10,000 worlds in the future, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. In his heart, he was worried for Wei Su. Zhongsho was distracted, bowing absent-mindedly. Disciple isn't as knowledgeable as Master. Since Master is not willing to go back for the time being, Disciple will naturally obey. Lin Xuanchuang didn't bother at all, minding her own business. Since Wei Su has taken this step, I think Kunming of the Taoist faction should be about the same. The two of them had similar aptitudes and were cultivating at the same time. The latter's aptitude was better, while the former's willpower was stronger. Both of them had accumulated over 8,000 years, so this step should not be difficult for the two of them. After 10,000 years, 2 more Saint Venerables have been born in the cloud world. Before the spiritual wave appears, it is already like the cloud desolate era 10,000 years ago. Zhong Shou smiled faintly and felt slightly relieved. Since even Lin Xuanchuang believed that way, Su could safely advance. There should be no harm. Thus, he collected his thoughts and bowed. Master should also be included. This disciple has yet to congratulate you. From now on, Master will live forever. It was both a congratulatory gesture and a test. Me? Lin Xuanchuang was at a loss, following which she scoffed. I really will live forever. However, if Senior Brother Xiuwan helped, my physical body would have recovered. However, who knows how long I will need to heal up for? How long will this body take to recover? My spiritual sense is not bad, but your master mainly cultivates in the martial path. However, I might not be able to take one fist from you. When Zhong Shou heard that, he couldn't help but look up and down at Lin Xuanchuang. She was wearing a white dress, which Lin Xuanchuang formed out of thin air. Although her body was small, she was really petite, and her chest was also really good. The main point wasn't her body. What Zhong Shou was looking at was Lin Xuanchuang's body. Looking closely at her bones and muscles, they were indeed a little weak, even weaker than Zhong Shou. Although she had the heaven-snatching liquid, after all, she could only completely revive people below God realm. Even those dozens of heaven essence life creation pills were mostly used by Lin Xuanchuang to deal with Tianling. Being sized up by Zhong Shou with a burning gaze, Lin Xuanchuang's face flushed red and she scoffed. Zhong Shaoxin was alerted and retracted his gaze. He felt slightly awkward, totally ignoring Jingyin's disdainful gaze. Disciple deserves to die. Disciple was too rash and caused Master's injuries to be unable to recover. Forget it. Your disciple isn't honest and has no sincerity. It is better if you didn't say those words. Actually, this is not bad. If we wait for Xiuwan to help, who knows how many years it will take. Thousands or even tens of thousands of years is possible. Hiding my spiritual sense here, I can only think about it and can't move. No one will come to visit me. How lonely would that be? Lin Xuanchuang scoffed and then stretched her waist, showing off her beautiful body. I just want to walk around and take a look. I will accompany you to the 9 Extreme Death Jail. Senior Brother Shi Zi wanted to find a natural variant to be a protector beast, but couldn't. Who knows what my luck is like, Lin Xuanchuang. All right, do you have a transportation item? Zhong Shou wasn't surprised by those words. Hearing Lin Xuanchuang's words, he had expected it. He didn't dare to hesitate. Zhong Shou took out the extreme light adversity crossing boat and placed it in front of him. It swelled with the wind and turned 100,000 feet long. Celestial artifact, flying boat? Not bad. However, compared to the Royal Demon God Shuttle of our cloud world, it is more than 10 times weaker. It is barely passable. Lin Xuanchuang shook her head slightly, but she wasn't in a rush to step in. Instead, he glanced around and glanced at his surroundings. Your few spiritual pets are actually god beasts? They aren't weak. Unfortunately, following you, they seem to be malnourished and their foundations aren't stable. If this goes on, they will end up badly sooner or later. This natural xenogeneic wasn't bad. Oh, those few words caused Zhong Shou's face to turn ashen white. The few spiritual beasts were all sentient. They could understand what people were saying. They were just short of being able to open their mouths to speak. At this moment, they all showed a wronged expression as they looked at their master. Zhong Shou scoffed. Malnourished? Following Zhong Shou, these fellows ate the best spiritual pills and spiritual pills. Even the blue fire, Xian turtle, and Hanshi weren't willing to eat meat. Many times, it was Zhong Shou who forced them to hunt in case they lost their wild nature. In his heart, he also understood that Little Gold and the lightning winged dragon were indeed advancing quickly. Speaking of which, the drizzle golden wind tribulation came at the right time. The few spiritual beasts were just affected. However, after going through this tribulation, their spiritual senses and auras became much thicker. At this moment, Lin Xuanchuang was focused on Sherry. Then, she broke out into a laugh. I nearly saw wrongly. This dog is a fire Qilin, right? Saint King, A Saint King actually appeared in our Song Xingdao. How would the Confucian faction old masters take this? Clicking her tongue in disbelief, Lin Xuanxuang looked at the other two. This is your follower? The guy is not bad. Why does this woman only have such little strength? That's right, this is your concubine, right? It's understandable that he's young and vigorous. Jingyin felt really awkward when she said that. Lin Xuanxuang exclaimed. Her expression was really solemn as she looked carefully. After a long while, she laughed in understanding. It's you? So that is the case. That's right, your Dao really can't reach eternal life. Zhongshu, you have to treat her well. She is also a pitiful person. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.